I will call this meeting to order now. It is February 3rd, 2026. While this meeting is being broadcast via Zoom, oral public comment may only be provided live at the City Council meeting in person. Councilmember Lin is participating remotely from 35 Che Lan Vien Street, Bach Mai An, New Han, Son, Da Nang, Vietnam. Conference room pursuant to California Government Code Section 54953. The City Council meeting is available for instant translation in over 60 languages with Wordly, accessible via mobile phone, computer, and video displays. So by scanning the QR code located on the title page of the agenda in the upper right-hand corner, so you can see that. So back to today's business. City Clerk Gazetta, please take the roll.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Councilmember Chua.
Here.
Councilmember Lamb.
Here.
Councilmember Lien.
Here.
Mayor Montano.
And I am here. And just to note, just let the public know that Vice Mayor Barbadillo will be coming in about 10 minutes. Running late. So before we adjourn to closed session, Acting City Attorney Creech, please brief the public on the closed session item for today.
Thank you, Mayor. You have two items for closed session. The first is public employee appointment and hiring pursuant to Government Code Section 54957B1. Employee position is City Attorney. The second item is conference with labor negotiator pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. Agency's designated representatives are Jared Hernandez, Acting City Manager, and Matt Kano, Assistant City Manager. Employee organizations are unrepresented. Position is City Attorney.
Okay, great, thank you. So public comment for closed session item will be for 3 minutes today. Is there anyone in the public?
We have no public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, no public speaker cards, and I don't see anybody in the public. So we will adjourn to closed session. Okay, this meeting is now called to order. I will refer to our city attorney about closed session item.
Thank you, Mayor. There is nothing to report out of closed session at this time.
Okay, thank you very much. So let's all rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Is there anyone of my colleagues that wants to lead?
I'll lead.
Okay. All right, thank you very much, Vice Mayor Barbadillo. So now we have the invocation, and Councilmember Lin will provide the invocation. And just to refer those of you that weren't here earlier, so Councilmember Lin is on council meeting remotely. So go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Mayor. Thank you for the chance to serve and for the trust placed in this council. May we be guided with wisdom, respect, and a shared commitment to the common good. As we carry out the work before us, may we listen with open minds, speak with honesty, and act with care for those we serve. May our differences strengthen our understanding, and may our unity help us make thoughtful and just decisions for our community. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Councilmember Lin. So now we will be moving to the public forum. Members of the public are invited to speak on any item that it does not appear on today's agenda. Please note that oral public comment may only be provided live at the city council meeting in person. The public forum will be limited to 3 minutes tonight. So City Clerk, is there anyone that would like to speak?
Yes, we have several speaker cards. I'll call them in order, Mayor. The
Okay.
first is going to be Jill Schwinn, followed by Juan Ali Santosa, and then Kaveri. Please approach the mic. You'll see the one with the green light on it.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, and staff. I'm Jill Schwinn. I live at Mobile Lodge of Milpitas. At the end of February, I will have lived in Milpitas for 11 years. And I'm here tonight to ask for and encourage you to extend the Milpitas Assistance Program subsidies for water and sewer to Mobile Lodge residents. A few months ago, our sewer rates were raised to $49 a month. I think they were $34 a month before that, so it's a pretty substantial increase for us. I currently am enrolled in the MAP program as a Tier 1 resident, a very low income, and I'm also enrolled in the PG&E Cares program, which provides us with small discounts for gas and electricity. About half of the residents in my mobile home park do qualify for PG&E Cares. So they would probably apply for the MAP program as well. So $15 or $20 a month doesn't sound like a lot of money, and it isn't. But it does make a difference to people who are very low income like myself. That money could be used for food or gas or maybe medical expenses or prescriptions, things like that. So that's why I'm here, just to encourage you to extend that program, not just to Mobile Lodge of Milpitas, but also any other residents in the city that may qualify. I understand maybe apartments or there are other mobile home parks in the city, Friendly Village maybe. Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate the opportunity.
Thank you for that. And just a note that next month, in a couple of weeks, we'll have the next city council agenda. That item will be on the council
good.
agenda.
Okay,
Thank you.
thank you very much.
Next, we have Juan Ali Santosa, followed by Kaveri, and then Prashanth Kumar.
Good evening. Cornelis Santosa, 2290 Glenview Drive. Regarding the 5G devices installed in our neighborhood, as we all know, we have attended multiple meetings. Okay, so I'm here tonight. Just want to express clarification that I personally do not seek confrontation with each other, nor Crown Castle, because at the end of the day, we also want progress. We want to have a good 5G signals wherever we go. Okay, I'm a strong believer in collaboration, constructive, working together with mutual respect. Okay, we have had multiple meetings. Okay, and just my 2 cents. The federal mandate that was repeatedly quoted in a meeting do not specifically tell anybody to go ahead and install antenna in front of somebody at somebody's house. For example, there has to be some leeway the city can do. So again, I encourage city council and staff and everybody involved in this, to work together to the best interests of the community. That's all I ask. Okay. So thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Kaveri, followed by Prashant, and then Van Leong.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and the council members, and also our new manager. Congratulations. So I'm here again, continue to talk about the small cell tower. And we had a special meeting in that, I remember that Councilwoman Chua asked Michael for the specification and the distance and all the question. I don't know, we didn't get any feedback on that. And also Mr. Barbadeo said that we don't want any lawsuit or anything. It's a compromise is better. Yes, compromise is the best thing to do. This is the public welfare we're talking about. And also, all of you have my email address and also telephone number. Since this is the public matter, I do not want to get a phone call from anybody, any one of you. It has to be dealt publicly, spoke publicly, and then this is not my matter or anything. It is the public matter for the future of our youngsters, medium age, and then elderly people, everybody. Even though 5G, I'm not refusing that I don't want to embrace the technology. Yes, it is important, but it needs to be placed in a safer place. You can, as a city, can bring out a special ordinance and change the site and put it in a safer place, not in front of the house. Maybe because the site belongs to the city, I understand, but it is not appropriate thinking about it, what it will do to anybody in the long run. 5G is also not currently completely tested to find out what the long-term impact on that. I have read that this thing in Italy, the lab, they have exposed the mice, and finally they end up seeing that they have mice have heart tumors. So these are the things, it doesn't show up now. Why can't it be the prevention is better than cure? It's for the welfare of everybody. I'm talking, and then I feel that we talk, several meetings happen so far, don't seem to be getting anywhere going near the special ordinance, bringing it for the safety of the community. Not just this community alone, all over the world. So I'm here in Milpitas, I'm talking about the surrounding people where I live, and then the extended community of a city of Milpitas. Thank you.
Next, we have Prashant, followed by Van Leong, and then Jasenia.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm Prashant Kumar. I'm a resident of Milpitas for the past 16 years and more. I'd like to thank all of you for the improving the hall park courts. I think both the pickleball as well as the tennis courts have been really improved well, and especially thanks to the planning and commission team, Renee and her team, for making sure that they took the input that we had and actually went to a large extent to make sure that not only just the courts were resurfaced, but we had good nets, and also making sure that the sound barrier was completed, and also an area where players can watch the game from outside at a safe space. The rack system which they put is also excellent. That essentially enables the games to go a lot more smoothly, giving time for everybody to play. So thanks a lot. A lot more work to be done, but definitely want to come and thank all of you for helping us with that. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Van Leong, followed by Ksenia, and then Voltaire.
Hello, my name is Van Leong. I'm the president of Milpitas Pickleball Club. I like Prasant. I'm here to express our sincere appreciation to the mayor, vice mayor, and all the city council member and the city staff for the excellent renovation for the pickleball and tennis court at Hall Park. I especially want to recognize Renee and Samu actively reaching out to us for getting our input, incorporate our feedback throughout the process. The project was executed exceptionally well. We have a beautiful facility in Milpitas. The response from the pickleball community had been overwhelmingly positive. I'm here to represent the community to express our gratitude and thank you for all of you. As highlight from a YouTuber who has a channel called Pickleball Around the Bay, Hall Park he said Hall Park one of the best public pickleball court in the Bay Area, and he gave it an A+. Okay, so again, thank you for your continued support and investment in the community and making Milpitas look great again. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Next, we have Ksenia, followed by Voltaire.
Good afternoon, council members. My name is Jasenia. I live at the Crossings, and I've been living here since probably almost all my life, since I was a little kid. And I'm here to ask for transparency and honesty, as Councilmember Leanne stated in the invocation, that you all here are to serve and to serve with dignity and give us transparency and honesty. So as a concerned resident of Milpitas, I wanted to know what Milpitas City Council will do for its residents with all of the ICE activity that has been surrounding the Super Bowl. There are reports, or it hasn't been reported, but I heard straight from a source that there are actually ICE agents staying at Embassy Suites here in Milpitas. And I find that very concerning because as a native of the Bay Area, I feel that the city needs to do more to make sure that its residents feel safe, especially in times like these. I work for an immigration nonprofit, so I work firsthand with immigrants, and I see how much all of this is causing panic to the public, and especially because we're a neighboring city of Santa Clara. As you all might have seen, a lot of the people speaking out at the Santa Clara City Council meetings, I wanted to make sure that I heard if anybody wants anything to say on that topic of what anybody here can do to ensure that its residents know or feel protected and know that Milpitas will not be complicit in having ICE agents staying in their hotels on their property in their city. Also, because I live at the Crossings, I live right next to the BART station, VTA station. There have been about 7 to 10 vans parked there since before Christmas. I tried to reach out to the VTA to see who those vans belong to because they look like ICE vans. They also have some lights in the front that would indicate that there's some type of law enforcement. So especially since I live right nearby there and I have a young daughter that I walk along with my dog every day, I've noticed that those vans have not moved. They've only increased. It started 1, then 2, then jumped up. And they go between 7 to 10 vans. I spoke to a VTA person. They had no idea who those vans belonged to. And if they're parked there illegally and are not paying what they should be paying, I think that as residents, we should know who those vans belong to because they do look suspicious. And because I was not able to get any information from the VTA, I thought I would bring up my concerns here, especially because the Super Bowl is this weekend, and we know that they are trying to target and enforce our communities. So I just wanted to know Milpitas' stance on ICE, and if they agree that ICE should not be welcome in its city, and if not, then that needs to be clear and made clear to its residents. Thank you.
Thank you.
Finally, we have Voltaire Montemayor.
Thank you. I'm from Milpitas. We have a city chief, now our acting city manager, members of the city council, acting city council manager and staff. I was at the plaza last night and I admired the speakers, youth. In general, they mentioned about youth, the hope of the fatherland, and we should stand for our right. That's the main idea last night of the speakers from elementary, middle school, and high school. Now, about the 5G, is that a noise? Not only a nuisance, probably. I'm following up, and it could be a health issue, right? Now they touch about sports, soccer, pickleball courts. We need that. For me too, I am a sports-minded fellow, so I hopefully someday we'll have some again the champions from Milpitas, like we have. I lost his name. Niners players, and they were champions for many years before. And also, if someday we'll have champions in sport like bowling, chess, then that's all. I'm just encouraging and commending people. Thank you. And city. Thank you. Bye-bye.
I have no additional public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else?
I have no additional public speaker cards.
Is there anyone else from the public that would like to make any comments? Okay, well, seeing that, no more public comments, we'll move on to the announcements of the conflict of interest and campaign contributions. However, we do have, because Councilmember Lynn is remotely from another country, we have to do some kind of disclosure. So, City Attorney Creech?
Thank you, Councilmember Leanne. Under the government code, is anyone 18 years of age or older present in the room with you?
No.
Thank you. That is all the requirements for this type of teleconferencing. I'll now move on to the conflict of interest. I ask the mayor and each council member whether he or she has any financial or personal conflict of interest related to any of the items on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
None.
Councilmember Chua?
None.
Councilmember Lamb?
None.
Councilmember Leanne?
None.
Mayor Montano?
I further ask the mayor and the member of the Milpitas City Council to please disclose any campaign contributions of $100 or more received within the last 12 months from any of the parties entering into contracts with the city on tonight's agenda, or contributions received from development project applicants for development projects on tonight's agenda.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo?
None.
Councilmember Chua?
None.
Councilmember Lamb?
None.
Councilmember Leanne?
None.
Mayor Montano?
No, I'm none.
Let the record reflect no reported conflict with those disclosures. Thank you very much, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. So now we're moving on to the Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct, and Councilmember Lamb will read the Code of Conduct.
Okay, a Milpitas City Council Code of Conduct. Be respectful and courteous. Model civility. Avoid surprises. Praise publicly and criticize privately. Focus on the issue, not the person. Use electronic devices appropriately while on the city dais. Disclose conflict of interest and affiliations relate to the agenda items. Separate governing from campaigning. The council speak with one voice after making policy on issues. Respect the line between policy and administrations. Council will hold one another accountable to comply with this code of conduct.
Thank you very much, Councilmember Lamb. And so now we're moving on to the approval of the agenda. Does anyone have any changes to make to the agenda before we make a motion? If not, I need someone to make a motion and also a second. So it was moved by Councilmember Chua, and it was seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Okay, let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Okay, so now we'll go on to the consent calendar. Does staff have any comments on the consent calendar? I seen anyone? No? Okay, so now how about council? No? Okay, so now we will move on to public comment on the consent calendar. Is there anyone from the public that would like to make any comments on the consent calendar?
I have no public speaker cards, but if anyone would like to address the council on any item on the consent calendar, now would be that time.
Okay, we'll move by Councilmember Chua. Is there a second? Seconded by Vice Mayor Barbadillo. Let's call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Thank you. Calendar was approved. We'll move on to community development. City manager? What?
Agenda and consent.
We have Councilmember Chua that would like to make a comment? Hold on a minute. Let me.
Thank you, Mayor. We have our student commission, our newly appointed student commissioner of the Science, Technology, and Innovation Commission, Ray Howlett, is right here. Congratulations.
Oh, welcome.
Sorry.
Welcome. Welcome.
Yeah, I would like to give a few words of thanks.
You can
to
move
the-
that. You can move this thing.
I'd like to give a few words of thanks to the City Council for nominating me to the Science and Tech Commission. I would also like to introduce myself before I go to any meetings. My name is Ray. I am 14 years old. I am a freshman at Milpitas High School, and I definitely have a passion for science and tech. I am part of a robotics team, and I am also part of the Science Olympiad. I will definitely do my best to listen and contribute to commission meetings.
Thank
Great.
you. Thank you so much.
Thank you for volunteering. Thank you.
Yes.
So now we have community development, city manager, number 9. So we read.
I'm sorry,
you
what
read-
I did-
you read that one.
Thank you, Mayor. So item number 9 is going to be for council's consideration to approve the 2022 and 2023 funding application to the Permanent Local Housing Allocation Program and authorize the receipt of the grant and certify to the California Department of Housing and Community Development compliance with the program requirements. And today presenting is going to be Assistant City Manager Matt Kano along with Ms. Sarah Belchak, our Senior Administrative Analyst.
Okay, thank you.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council. My name is Sarah Balchet. I'm the Senior Administrative Analyst with the Office of Housing. Tonight, I will be presenting information about the PLHA grant and staff's recommendation for the 2022 and 2023 funding application.
Now you can-
Next slide, please. In 2017, Governor Brown signed Senate Bill 2, or SB 2, the Building Homes and Jobs Act. SB 2 created a recording fee of which 70% of revenue will go to locally administered affordable housing, otherwise known as Permanent Local Housing Allocation, or the PLHA grant. Funding is to help cities and counties increase the supply of housing, assist persons experiencing or at risk of homelessness, and ensure geographic equity in the distribution of funds. Next slide, please. The City of Milpitas is an entitlement jurisdiction. This means money is allocated to the city, but the city must apply for its entitlement by meeting certain state requirements. PLHA runs on a 5-year cycle, and the first 5-year cycle was from 2019 through 2023, and the city's original estimated 5-year amount was just over $1.4 million. In November 2022, City Council authorized the city's 5-year PLHA plan and the 2019, 2020, and 2021 funding application. The city applied for 3 years, as that is the maximum amount of years that a jurisdiction can apply to at one time. So today we are here to discuss the 2022 and 2023 application. The deadline to apply for the 22 funds is at the end of this month, and the total amount for the remaining 2 years is $361,322. Next slide. The PLHA program has 10 eligible activities that jurisdictions can apply to. Staff have listed all 10 on attachment A of the AR. The city's 5-year plan designated 20% to homeless outreach and 80% to a new program called the Workforce Housing Rental Assistance Program, or WRAP. Both programs fall under Activity 6, which is assisting persons who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness. Next slide. Staff is recommending investing 100% of the funds to homeless outreach. As both homeless outreach and WRAP fall under Activity 6, no formal amendment to the plan is needed. Currently, the city contracts with We Hope for 2 full-time homeless outreach case managers at a cost of $203,033. While 2 outreach caseworkers are required for safety reasons, staff believe that the $360,000 from PLHA, the city may be able to launch an RFP for homeless outreach and case management for 2 to 3 days a week, and be able to enter into a multi-year contract for 2 to 3 years. Benefits of utilizing the funds for homeless outreach include ensuring ongoing funding for homeless outreach for 2 or more years. All ongoing funding An ongoing funding source for homeless outreach does not exist, so this allows the city time to identify future funding sources, which could include future PLHA entitlements or other sources of funding. No amendment would also be needed for the 5-year plan. PLHA has restrictive requirements and is complicated to administer. Outreach meets those requirements and is a straightforward activity, thus reducing staff's administrative time on this grant. And additional funding does exist for rental assistance programs. Next slide. So currently, the city is administering 2 rental assistance programs. The first allows households at 120% of the area median income or less to get up to $5,000 in rental assistance. This program is likely to sunset in May of this year. The second program is WRAP. This program is PLHA funded, and PLHA requires rental assistance to be for households at 30% AMI or less. That is categorized as extremely low income, and rental assistance must be given for a minimum of 6 months. So with council direction, the original program was created to give 50 households $645 a month for 24 months. Round 1 is comprised of 22 eligible households who began receiving assistance in summer of 2024 and will hit their 2-year mark this summer. Staff launched a WRAP Round 2 per council direction to identify 28 more eligible households. The application period is currently open and may remain open until February 24th unless the city receives 28 approved applications. As Round 2 is currently in its application period, the program will remain active until 2028. And so the city of Milpitas is also eligible for the home grant. The city applied for a $500,000 grant from the state that would be for rental assistance. Staff is expecting to hear from this grant award very soon. And then lastly, in March of 2023, the city received a $1.5 million grant. This was a state earmark that was sponsored by Assemblymember Alex Lee for homeless services, and around $384,000 remains unallocated, and staff expect to recommend that City Council support a future rental assistance program with this remaining funding. Next slide. Thank you. And so our recommendation for City Council is to approve the 2022 and 2023 PLHA funding application for homeless outreach, to authorize receipt of the PLHA grant, and to certify for the California Department of Housing and Community Development compliance with the PLHA program requirements. So thank you, and me and Assistant Manager Matt Kano will be here for any questions.
Thank you. And if we could go back one slide, I think that was my slide, and then Sarah will help add in any color if needed. And so we also wanted to provide, as Sarah was mentioning, there's two very worthy programs that we've funded with PLHA in the past, the unhoused outreach and rental assistance. We feel we can continue to do both of those for the unhoused outreach, but having said that, we don't have ongoing funding sources for either of them. So we feel that we can continue for 2 to maybe 3 more years with the unhoused outreach, with the funding from these two grants that Sarah is discussing this evening. And then, as the prior slide had indicated, there's additional funding that we have identified for future rental assistance programs. Regarding unhoused outreach, there's just a few stats we wanted to share with you this evening. We hope our partner served 265 referrals in the city of Milpitas from 2024 to 2025, and during that about 15-month period. The length of time for most unhoused having actually been unhoused, most of them have been unhoused for more than a year, much more than a year, as can seen in the data we get from the county in the point in time count. And that the Milpitas data aligns pretty well with the county data, that essentially over 70% of the unhoused residents have been that way for some time. And according to the anecdotal information from our staff that are out there in the field, most of the majority of the unhoused that are in Milpitas are from Milpitas as well. And then our We Hope partners also serve about 50 new homeless individuals per year. So in addition to, for the population of the unhoused individuals that are actually in Milpitas, they estimate over the past year that about 50 new unhoused individuals have come into Milpitas that they've been serving, working with other partners in the field to connect to the county's housing system. And so we want to make sure this evening we provided some data to you along with the recommendation. So we can go back to the next slide, please. And as Sarah mentioned, we're here to answer any questions that you may have this evening.
Okay, thank you for that presentation. Are there any, well, let me go to the public first to see if there's any public comment.
I have no public speaker cards, but it looks like we have Voltaire Montemayor.
Okay, welcome again.
Voltaire Montemayor, Milpitas. Yeah, forgive me if I kind of notice of the 2022, 2023. Is that outdated or I'm behind? Anyway, yeah, at least for me, that's to approve and to certify, authorize is good for me. I'm just wondering of the year of the increment, inclusive time. I don't know. Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else from the public that would like to make any more comments?
I have no additional public speaker cards, Mayor.
Okay, so now I'm moving on to my colleagues. Any questions, comments for staff? I do have one. So after reading the agenda, here it says that we do, okay, housing rental assistance program, RAP, the PLA's activity 6, which is for housing, for assisting, let me see, persons who are experiencing or at risk of homelessness, including but not limited to providing rapid rehousing. So rental assistance, which is good, supportive case management, which is good, and that allow people to obtain and retain housing. So operating and capital, and capital costs for navigation centers. So that's where I have a question, because this presentation did not include navigation centers, but on your agenda, it has navigation centers. So can you explain that?
Yes, of course. Thank you for the question, Mayor. So the navigation centers are mentioned in attachment A, which is the full 10 eligible activities. And you are correct that activity 6 is a lot more broad than I discussed. The original PLHA plan just specified homeless outreach and rental assistance. And so that's why that was staff's recommendation and what staff discussed. But if council is interested in any of the other programs, we can definitely have that discussion. We would recommend either looking at that for future PLHA funds or at least the 2023 funds, as the 2022 funds we must apply for by the end of this year.
Yeah, thank you. And just to add to what Sarah was saying is we're expecting the notice of funding release for the next round of PLHA, the 2024 to 2028 funds soon. And we were supposed to get it late last year, and we keep hearing soon from the state. And so we do anticipate an ongoing allocation. So our staff recommendation would be, if we get to the point where we've identified a site and a program for a navigation center in the future, then at that time, our staff recommendation would be to maybe take that next year's of funds to put it towards that priority.
Yeah, I would like staff to ask the churches, the faith-based churches. I know we have a group in Milpitas. I think it's called Milpitas Cares. And if they're interested in providing a navigation center at their site. So you also mentioned emergency shelters. I know we have the library and the sports center for when it gets too cold or too hot. So I'm glad we have that as well. And then, those are the only questions I have.
Okay, thank you.
Is there anyone else from my colleagues? We have Councilmember Lamb.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. I have question about a table on the document. It says allocation split. I'm just curious, the total fund for PLHA is $361,322. And the way you guys split up is program administration max is 18,000, homeless outreach is 130,000, and rental assistance is $213,255.90. How do you, what method do you use to divide this?
Sure, thank you, Councilmember. And I want to note that so there's a policy alternative section in the agenda report that you're pointing out on. And so our staff recommendation is to put the entire 361 towards unhoused outreach and then use other funding in the future towards rental assistance. However, this is definitely council's choice and council's discretion. And so in the policy alternative section of the agenda report is the table that you're mentioning. And so what we looked at is we wanted to make sure we had a minimal amount of the 130,000 for unhoused outreach. We would hope would get us at least one more year of unhoused outreach while we looked for a future year of that for unhoused outreach. Now, it would be at a much more limited scope. Right now, we allocate $200,000 a year, Councilmember, to unhoused outreach. So if we only allocated $130,000, we would probably get only a couple days a week. So while it's not our staff recommendation to make that split, that is an option that we wanted to make sure council had an option. So again, I guess the quick answer to your question is that number was derived for a very minimal, a couple days a week of unhoused outreach at what we think we'd at least need for 2 days a week of folks out in the field, and then the rest would go to rental assistance.
Okay.
Under that option.
Okay, and then you allocate $18,000 for program mess.
Yes, thank you. So if we ran a rental assistance program, we would need to pay for some sort of program administration fee for the third-party administrator. And so for PLHA, there's a maximum amount of 5% that we can use for program administrative. So we just went ahead and used that program admin max and subtracted that from the total allocation to kind of give us what the estimate of a homeless outreach might be, and then what that remaining rental assistance would be.
So it's just 5%?
Yes.
Okay. Yeah, I'm good.
Done?
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
All right. We have Councilmember Chua now.
There's no other comments from our.
I have a
Oh, you do? Go ahead. I was going to make a motion. Go ahead.
Yeah, I have questions on, you kind of piggybacking on Councilmember Lamb. So with the homeless outreach, you mentioned this will cover, the 130,000 will cover 2 days a week.
We're hopeful. Right now, it depends on what the bids come in when we do our new request for proposals. Right now, we're getting 5 days a week with $200,000 a year. And so we're hopeful that if we just put 130,000, it would get us 2 days a week. But
Okay.
we're not positive of that.
And the question I have, what exactly does this entail? What services do we provide? And who provides it? And what do we do?
So right now we contract with We Hope for homeless outreach. So We Hope, I can give you some numbers, is there is around 200 referrals that they got from whether it was residents who are reporting homeless encampments in my Milpitas, whether it's city staff from varying departments, whether it's them going out and doing outreach and connecting with people and identifying people with services. Also, additionally, each year, every individual must be reassessed via what's called the VSPDAT, which is the assessment tool that the county uses in order to add people to the housing queue, which helps them get connected to shelters or any kind of permanent supportive housing. And so they also, I know that We Hope goes out and meets with people and helps them get IDs, the proper documentation. If there's going to be abatement, helps them find a better location. And so they're just really kind of the connection point to helping people get services while they await shelter, which shelter beds are very hard to come by in Santa Clara County.
Okay, and then, so when they do that outreach, do they prioritize or does everybody get service?
Everybody in Milpitas does get services. And then it just depends on what services people are interested in and need and are willing to receive.
Okay. Yeah, it's all voluntary, right?
And they also prioritize if city requests as well. All the time we get requests from whether it's residents or others about unhoused in the neighborhoods and everything. And so when we reach out, our outreach workers prioritize those requests that we make as well, because those requests are coming from our residents, and that means we're really prioritizing what our residents are concerned about.
Yeah, there's folks that have reached out to me about encampments, illegal encampments on sidewalks, and so yeah, but and they mentioned to me that there has been an increase, so I don't know if they're coming from other cities to our city, but yeah, so I do feel that we need to put those funds so that way we can find out how we can help them. The other question is, this third-party administrator on the program admin max, who is that?
So currently it's Forward. We are working on an RFP. And so it'll be a competitive process moving forward for any programs that we would continue to run through, whether it's through rental assistance and or our other business assistance programs. And so
I think that's the agency that we question, because I got a lot of complaints about, they keep asking for the same information. It's redundancy and people get frustrated. And you guys were going to do a survey from the clients, but we haven't seen that.
Yeah, I will apologize for that. We do have the written questions, and we will prioritize sending that out and getting an info report to council and then this month.
And do we put a bid out for that? Because I think by law, we're supposed to put a bid out for.
Yes, we're working with finance for a bid RFP, a request for proposals process for a provider that can administer future rental assistance and or Milpitas, like our MEEP program, council gave assistance to local businesses. The provider that whoever wins the RFP can do both of those moving forward.
Yeah, I would love to see that survey, because it's customer satisfaction.
We'll do
and
that
we need
this
to make
month.
sure
Thank
that
you
we
for the reminder.
provide a service provider that is serving the people that really need it. Okay, that's all the questions I have. So we have Councilmember Chua.
I do have a couple of questions. Just 200 outreach, is that a year?
Yes, so that is the cost for 2 full-time homeless case managers at 5 days a week.
Do you see what was it last year? Do you remember?
It was just under 200,000, so it's like around 199,000 was the cost for
That's
last
what
year.
I thought. Yeah, that's what, it's almost similar, right? So did we do twice a week there too?
No, last year was also 5 times a week. So we did an RFP, I believe 2 years ago, and once we contracted with We Hope, their 5 days a week, 2 full-time case managers is around $200,000. It increased minimally each year because of, the cost of living.
So if we do it like twice a week, are we servicing all of them?
5 days a week, We Hope is out there. And so I think it depends on if one person maybe needs a little bit more time, but they do try to make contact with each person at least, every single day. And I know that on Wednesdays they do deliver hot meals, and they do that through having a partnership with a local nonprofit.
And our plan is when we do the request for proposals that would give options, cost for 2 days a week versus 3 days a week versus 5 days a week, is bring that forward to the city council, and then you can review those options. Hopefully later this spring or early summer, you can review those options at that time and the costs and benefits of going with the lesser days and make that ultimate policy decision. There's pros and cons. There's definitely a lot of advantages to them being out there every day, but there's ultimately it's a policy decision we're planning on bringing to you in the future.
Also, the feedback that I got with Forward, who is doing our business grants, they have improved.
Okay.
And they like it's faster service now that I think Forward has done the business grants for the last 2 years at least, and I got positive feedback at that segment of the users.
Okay.
For the businesses, the Forward, I think they're doing a good job.
Thank you for that.
Yeah.
So with the complaints that I got were for the rental
Yeah,
assistance.
for the rental.
Yeah.
The survey will be for for rental assistance, for the workforce housing, and for MEEP.
Okay. So I think
We have Councilmember Lamb. No.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. I have a chance to read the report from the staff about the homeless report from We Hope. Apparently, the count of homelessness in Milpitas has dropped significantly since a couple years ago. So I think the outreach for 2 times a week, which is recommended by staff, is reasonable. And I also want to comment one thing. When we get the report from We Hope, if I understand correctly, we don't get the entire report. We get only certain datas from the We Hope. Is that correct?
There's different reports that we get, and we get a report from the county on a regular basis. It's a spreadsheet with a number of different informational reports about with all the reports that are taken in the field. There's a lot of confidential information that's taken in the field. But there's a certain level of detail, mostly statistical roll-up base, that the county gives us a few different times a year, at least once a year, but I think we get it more than once a year, the spreadsheet, which I think we've sent to council last October or November, and I resent to you as well. And then every 2 years, there's a comprehensive countywide point-in-time count report where we also get data from. So there's certain confidential information about individuals that we don't get, but we do get the roll-up data from the county for statistics and demographics. And we can share that on a more, if we do get that more regularly from the county, we can make sure to share that more regularly with the city council through informational memos.
This month is February, so we should get a report from them for the January of this year.
Are you talking about from the county?
From the county, or We Hope, they're supposed to give us a January report?
So We Hope gives us reports quarterly, and that's based on what we put in the contract, and we can definitely add in the next contract to make it more detailed. And then from the county, they give it to us at least every fiscal year, but I will follow up with the county to see if we can get something for the last calendar year.
Okay.
And if we have it as of the first half of this last fiscal year, if the counties, we'll ask the county for that data for the first half of the current fiscal year, and we'll push on getting that data, and if whatever we get from them, we'll forward to the council.
Oh, that would be great.
Okay.
Thank you. Yeah.
Thank you. You can turn your mic off. Thank you. Okay, so we have Councilmember Chua.
No more
I
colleagues.
think you need to turn your,
Huh?
never mind.
Move to approve the 2022 and 2023 funding application to the Permanent Local Housing Allocation for the Unhoused Outreach, PLHA program. Authorize the receipt of the PLHS program and certify to the California Department of Housing and Community Development compliance with the PLHA program requirements.
Is there a second?
I second that.
I want to make sure because on this, they have multiple options. Are we coming back to vote for that?
No, right. What you will, if this motion passes, what you will come back to vote on at a future meeting is how many days a week we do unhoused outreach for. Once we get the results of the RFP later this spring, whether it's 2 or 3 or 5, that's what we'll come back to vote on at a later time.
Okay, I see.
Once-
And seems like that's a option 1 and option 2. Is that also later on?
No, that was just an option for this evening. And so, however, option 1 and we will have a future rental assistance proposal in front of you with other funding sources, such as a state grant that we're hoping to receive, as well as some federal earmark monies that are left.
Okay, that will decide later.
Yes.
Okay. And today is just approving the grant.
Correct.
Okay, so if Han Lin had seconded already, so, okay, so it was already moved by Councilmember Chua and seconded by Councilmember Han Lin. So we'll call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Aye.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lam,
Aye.
Councilmember Lien,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
And I am an aye. Okay, so now moving on to leadership and support services. Item 10, City Manager.
Thank you, Mayor. For item number 10, we have a review of the fiscal year 2025-2026 mid-year report, approve fiscal year 25-26 mid-year budget amendments, adopt a resolution amending resolution number 1626, the classification plan, to approve and to adopt the pay schedule titled New Job Classification Salary Table. And our presenter is our Finance Director, Ms. Lou Confresi-Hao.
Good evening.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council Members Chua and Lam, and good morning, Council Member Lien. Tonight I'm presenting the FY 25-26 mid-year report summary, budget summary for your consideration. This mid-year report provides an update on revenues and expenditures through December 31st, 2025, and requests necessary budget adjustments to align our adopted budget, which was adopted June 3rd, 2025, with actual operations through December 31st, 2025. As you will see, the general fund adjustments are budget neutral, with all increases fully reimbursed from external sources. So next slide, please. So this, next slide. Thank you. Okay, this is the executive summary of the overall report. We'll be going into detail on each individual slide. So this highlights the key takeaways from this mid-year budget report. The total citywide mid-year budget adjustments across all funds amounts to $26.2 million. However, the general fund impact is $0. The $3.7 million in general fund adjustments are completely budget neutral because every dollar of increased expenditure is fully reimbursed through corresponding revenue. The $26.2 million in total citywide adjustments is funded through two primary sources. First, $21.8 million comes from reimbursements, many of them in advance, and primarily the successor agency debt service, which is fully offset by Santa Clara County tax increment revenue. The second 4.4 million is drawn from fund balances in our self-supporting enterprise funds, that is the water and the sewer funds. And those are self-supporting, and also some special funds that are also, again, self-supporting with no impact to the general fund. So next slide, please. So this slide takes you through the general fund impact. The total budget increase of 3.7 million is fully matched by 3.7 in revenues, resulting in zero net impact to the general fund. These are budget neutral adjustments that simply recognize reimbursable costs and their corresponding revenue sources. The three components of this 3.7 million is first, $654,000 for fire department mutual aid overtime. So this is overtime that is already monies that we have already been reimbursed. So we are recognizing those revenues. It represents costs that the city incurs when we are providing assistance to other agencies during seasonal wildfires and other emergency events. These costs are always fully reimbursed by the agencies receiving our support. The second $2.5 million is for retiree medical benefits. These payments are made to eligible retired city employees, and the costs are fully reimbursed from the CalPERS other post-employment benefits trust known as OPEB Health, and that's what you'll see on each of these slides. While these costs are not new to the city, the best practice requires that we budget these expenditures to properly account for the payments we make on behalf of retirees. Third, the $526,000 is for developer-funded CEQA review services. The planning department contracts for environmental review services on behalf of developers who fully reimburse or advance pay the city for these costs. This is a pass-through expense with matching revenue. I want to note that in addition to these budgeted adjustments, we have absorbed approximately $784,000 in additional operational costs through efficiencies and budgetary savings realized throughout the fiscal year. This includes $246,000 in fire overtime for city operations and support, and $538,000 to fund OPEB costs per our most recent actuarial report. These expenses required no additional appropriations from council because they were fully absorbed within our existing appropriations that we received from council on June 3rd, 2025. Next slide, please. Our enterprise funds remain fully self-supporting with no general fund subsidy, which this is a critical component and principle of enterprise fund management. They must be self-supporting. The water fund shows a total increase of $2.2 million. This includes $2.2 million in expenses offset by $305,000 in revenue, with a net impact of $1.9 million drawn from the water fund balance. The major driver is $1.9 million increase in water purchase services for our contractual water supply provider. The sewer fund shows a total increase of $2.6 million. This includes $2.6 million in expenses offset by $230,500 in revenue, with a net impact of about $2.4 million. Again, this is also drawn down from the sewer fund balance. The primary driver here is a $2.4 million increase in wastewater treatment costs under our contract with the city of San Jose. Both enterprise funds are absorbing these increased costs through their respective fund balances. They remain independent from the general fund. There is no effect, and it ensures continuation of essential water and wastewater services. Next slide, please. Moving to our special funds, we have several adjustments across multiple fund categories. The Equipment Replacement Fund requires $385,000 in total activity for self-supporting vehicle replacements. This includes $78,000 for 3 unmarked specialty vehicles for the police department and $301,000 for 2 mid-sized dump truck replacements for public works. The dump trucks are over 20 years old and have failed the required California Air Resources Board opacity testing, which requires us to remove them from service. The PD vehicles have also reached the end of their useful life. As these are, in particular with the dump trucks, the replacements are necessary and essential to maintain operational capacity. And the fund also provides a nominal $6,000 for OPEB health contributions. The abandoned vehicle fund shows $111,000 in salary and benefit adjustments to align the budget with actual program costs. This essentially is a continuation of the actions that we started in the last budget, where we are looking at what salaries and benefits exist and are allocated to the general fund, identifying those activities that have been allocated to the general fund that truly belong in other funds, because those activities, in this particular case, abandoned vehicle portfolio and scope of work those staff are working on that scope of work. And so essentially what we are doing is relieving the general fund of paying for those folks, because it is much more appropriate that they be paid for with abandoned vehicle funds. Several other special funds show minor OPEB health contribution adjustments totaling less than $50,000 across the redevelopment obligation fund, the community planning fund, the multiple housing funds, and solid waste funds. And all of these special fund adjustments are funded through fund balance in their respective funds. Next slide, please. The capital improvement program shows both project reductions and completions and the new grant-funded projects. On the reduction side, we are closing out 3 completed projects, returning a total of $420,000 to the CIP fund balance with no general fund impact. These include the Main Street flood study at $250,000, the ADA compliance review at $53,000, and the Public Safety and Department of Public Works disaster project at $117,000. For new projects and increased projects, we have 2 significant additions. First, the South Milpitas Boulevard Road project, which is specifically called the Penitencia Pedestrian Bridge, requires $3 million. This is funded entirely from Fund 351 through a Caltrans grant, representing, again, 0 general fund impact. Second, the Highway Safety Improvement Project requires $382,000 in expenses, which is offset by $344,000 in revenue from Fund 311, with a net impact of only $38,000 drawn from fund balance. Again, this does not affect the general fund. The net CIP impact is approximately $3 million, which is essentially grant-funded infrastructure investment with minimal fund balance use and 0 general fund impact. This represents, to be blunt, our continued success in securing external funding for critical infrastructure projects. Next slide, please. The successor agency debt service represents the largest single dollar adjustment in this mid-year report, but it has 0 impact on the general fund. The redevelopment obligation retirement fund requires $14.1 million for the 2015 bonds debt service. This entire amount is funded through the County of Santa Clara tax increment reimbursement, with revenue and expenses both totaling $14.1 million. Our last payment on these bonds is 2033. So we have 9 more years, about 9 more years. This is completely budget neutral again. I want to say that repeatedly. This does not affect the general fund. The successor agent continues to fulfill its debt obligation using the tax increment revenue specifically designated for this purpose, exactly as was structured when the redevelopment agencies were dissolved. Next slide, please. This is a summary slide, and this is essentially the key discussion points that we just went over. First, the general fund remains budget neutral. $3.7 million in fully reimbursable expenses covers mutual aid, OPEB health payments, developer-funded services, and grants. Additionally, we have absorbed $784,000 in operational costs through efficiencies without requiring a budget amendment or additional appropriation from council. Second, our enterprise funds demonstrate continued self-sufficiency. The water and sewer funds are managing $4.8 million in increased costs through their respective fund balances with no general fund subsidy, maintaining the fundamental principle that these utilities must and are required to pay for themselves. Third, our capital improvement program and special funds portfolios show prudent management. We are closing $420,000 in completed projects, adding $3.4 million in new grant-funded projects with a net impact of $3.5 million drawn from fund balances and grants outside the general fund. Fourth, the successor agency debt service of $14.1 million is fully reimbursed by Santa Clara County tax increment revenue, maintaining our commitment to redevelopment obligation and retirement without general fund exposure. All right, and with that, we are going to move to a couple of additional slides, and we're going to bring you up to speed on what we've been doing, the activities that we've had for a fiscal strategy. I'm going to remind you that the city developed in the last year or so, did a lot of work regarding developing a multi-pronged fiscal strategy that effectively had 4 categories of work: contract review, organizational assessments, cost containment, and revenue increases.
So before you move on,
Yes, of course.
I'd like to ask the council if they have any questions on the previous slides.
Yes, of course.
Before we move on to this one here.
Of
Is
course.
there anyone that has any questions on those slides? Because I do have one. So if you can go back to the enterprise funds.
Yes, ma'am.
So I guess my bottom line is I want to ask, do we have a surplus on any of those, the water fund or the sewer fund?
We have fund balances for those water and sewer funds. So we do
whatever-
have fund balance.
So whatever comes in pays whatever the cost.
Right.
There's nothing left over.
That is what the rate study has reflected. Effectively, it is supposed to essentially cover the rates that we have charged folks. I want to remind everybody that a new rate study went into place and a new 5-year rates in 2023. And so the money that comes in is supposed to cover all operations and maintenance as well as capital contributions when necessary.
So there's nothing left over.
We still have some fund balance, but it's nominal.
Well, how much is it? Where is it at?
It remains in fund balances, and I don't have that number offhand, but I can provide you that number.
Yeah, I think that should have been in there. Because my main concern is that, the water keeps going up and all these fees. And I'd like to give the residents some relief. If there's any money left over,
We are undergoing a review. We started about 6 weeks ago of both the water and the sewer funds. And this is because we are preparing for a rate study that you will see as a proposal for FY 26-27 to do yet a subsequent rate fund study for those rates starting in 28 and going onward. But we are also looking at our current funding streams because we are a little concerned about whether we are over.
Yeah, I'm concerned, and next for transparency, next time I'd like to see if we have anything left over. That way we can know.
I would like to take the opportunity to give us a little bit of time. We can do it during the budget process because we started that review about 6 weeks ago, and we're still undergoing exactly where we are with rates and how we are accumulating additional funds. Because I can't tell you that it'll ever be at zero as far as fund balance is concerned. But once again, those fund balances do fluctuate from year to year, but they should not be extraordinarily out of sync. Because there are also the issue of complying with Prop 218 and 26. So we cannot over collect. So this is why we're doing some groundwork as far as looking at what's been collected to date so far and doing sort of what we're calling as a true up. In other words, we've collected these revenues, have we over collected for operations, maintenance, and capital? Okay. But I would beg the council's indulgence to provide you what we would consider a thorough review of that versus just bringing you fund balances. Because that'll be, we want to give you context in order for you to make some decisions about that.
Okay, thank you. And then the redevelopment agencies, former redevelopment agency,
It's a former
successor agency.
It's a successor agencies.
That's the one we have 14 point something in bonds.
Yeah, it's 14.1 in bonds. That's the payment for, you will see this on an annual basis. Effectively, and this will be part of the budget ongoing, because effectively we have to pay the budgets, we have to pay these bonds. And we'll be paying them till 2033.
2033.
Yeah, so we've got 9 years.
Okay. Because I know we've sold some of that redevelopment agency land.
We did.
But shouldn't whoever buys it, try to pay off that 14.1?
The money is collected through the county of Santa Clara through the property tax, and it's set up that way. So it's a dedicated revenue source. So in order to issue bonds, we do have to have a dedicated revenue source. So any money that comes in for those additional purposes are, I believe, are restricted. I'm not quite sure where they would go in the city of Milpitas, but I can also provide that research because I'm assuming that they go somewhere, but I'm trying to figure out where they do.
Yeah, I don't know how
So,
that mechanism
yeah.
works, so it's probably complex, so.
Yeah, the purpose of issuing bonds is you must have a dedicated, you must know what your revenue source is before you go out.
Yeah, it's just, you know,
But what
pay
I
our
will,
debt, it's a debt, right? So
Yeah, it's a
We
debt.
should try to find ways to pay the debt.
but
debt-
what we could,
debt.
what we can do is essentially look at where those monies wind up and what is the process for basically when we get those dollars and how they are either
Okay, and then
Given away.
one more, ADA compliance review.
Yeah. Okay, we do have our directors are either here or available remotely. For the ADA review would be Christian. So Director Dorenzo can speak to that if he's available.
This is the American Disabilities Act.
This is the Americans Disability Act. If you wanted more information on exactly that project is, we can provide that to you.
So I was just wondering how is the city involved in that? Because we get a lot of complaints from businesses that there's a few legal attorneys that are going out there actively looking at businesses to see if they are not in compliance with ADA regulations, and I call them vultures. But they're actively looking, and because they want to make money. They make money off these businesses that are just mom and pop businesses, so I want to know, is this ADA money used to help the businesses, or is it just, I don't know how this works.
I'm going to see if Christian's available online.
Christian has been promoted to panelist.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Madam Mayor. I believe I'm also joined by Michael, City Engineer. The ADA compliance review, and he can correct me if I'm mistaken, I believe is for assessments of city facilities. And I actually don't recall having partaken in this project or process over the last few years since I've been here. But Madam Mayor, Michael and I would be happy to provide you some additional context and information around this.
So it's just the city, nothing to do with
In that particular ADA compliance review. However, I do know from my work with San Jose that there is something called the initials, CASP, and these are dollars that are collected at the state level and given to cities. What I can do and commit to doing during the base project discussions is to bring an understanding of whether those dollars come to Milpitas, which I believe they do. How are they being used? Are there fund monies there? And if so, what is a potential program for giving those funds? We would bring that back for council discussion.
Good, and yeah, I would like to see something to help our small businesses, because they're the ones that bring in the sales tax, the revenues for our city. And if you have those attorneys that are out there victimizing them, that's not right. We need to find a way to protect them, or at least give them information how they can protect themselves, or how to be proactive.
We'll provide you information on that because in San Jose, once again, forgive me, I don't know what access Milpitas has to that particular source of revenue, but we did provide some assistance and financial assistance, whether it be guidance or help with simple and straightforward things. But let us give you that once again,
That's
with
good.
context and
Yeah, because I'm
and
not the only
dollars.
one that got the complaints. Other customers
That's
have
okay.
been getting those complaints, and
Thank
it's
you.
sad because they get dinged and they have to pay thousands and thousands.
We commit to doing that as well.
All right, thank you. And we have Councilmember Chua.
Mayor, piggybacking on your question, this came up, the issue about the ADA compliance of small businesses, and we have several of our businesses that have been victimized, if you will. But I think a year or so ago, maybe 2 years ago, we did look at our checklist before the inspector approves the development of the business, and we did make changes to the checklist to make sure that the new business owners, they're aware of what's going on, and some suggestions. If we can send that out to the council as well, because I know we did something in relation to and addressing this kind of scheme against our small businesses.
We'll see if we can resurrect that information and distribute that to council as well.
It's there, yeah.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. One more, I know I don't want to be hogging this up, but the abandoned vehicle, I'm not sure what that consists of. Where does the money go?
Yeah.
I was just kind of want to throw something out to our police department. If any of those funds could be used to educate our high school students about, about being proactive, like not doing those donut circles. What are the ramifications if you get caught? I don't know, just something educational. I don't know if we could use those funds for that, but.
I will respectfully defer that either
Anyway.
to city manager, acting city manager, or acting chief Morales. That's your pleasure.
Talking.
Lose.
I was talking.
It's just coming from over there for some reason.
Did I? Okay.
The audio is coming from there. It looks like our acting police chief's going to answer the question. If not, I'm happy to answer it as well.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council, City Staff, Frank Morales, Acting Chief. Thank you for the question. As far as Avasa goes, it is a state program basically that allows cities to get reimbursement for an abatement of abandoned vehicles. Those funds are specific to, the reimbursements are specific to the duties that are performed by staff. So the reimbursement has to be for the marking of vehicles, the staff work that goes into it, or the towing of special vehicles like a vehicle that is a public hazard. So once they complete those tasks, then the reimbursements happen. And those reimbursements come in two parts. It's 50% based on the population of a city relative to the other cities in the county. And then the other 50% comes from the amount of enforcement action that they take relative to other city departments. So the funds are specific to that type of enforcement.
Yeah, I wasn't sure if that any of those funds could be used for educating high school students. Remember the DARE program? We used to educate the kids on drugs, and I was thinking something to do with vehicles, because there's a lot of accidents. Teenagers are the ones that get most of the accidents. So, but I was just trying to think out of the box. But
No, we
maybe
appreciate it.
maybe in the future, some other fund might be able to. Maybe we can get some legislator to put some money into that. So we'll see.
Okay.
All right.
Appreciate the question. Thank you.
Where are they going to get the money?
Thank you.
Mayor, City Engineer Michael Silvera is available if you want more clarification on the ADA item. If you'd like more clarification on the ADA item, okay, you're
I'm
good. Okay, thank you.
Okay, does everyone else have any more questions, comments? If not, I need a motion and a second.
Oh, no, it's just not done yet.
Okay, sorry.
We do-
Yeah, you're right. You're right.
I want to tell you how good we're
We're
doing on
doing some
fiscal strategy.
heavy-duty
We're doing
discussions
great.
here.
All right. Terrific.
Okay.
Okay. Just in reference to the slide in front of you, we do have this multi-pronged fiscal strategy that's ongoing. We actually started this back in February 2018. We continue with in higher speed in April, and we continue to progress through our work streams. So starting at the top, we have our contract due diligence review. We had 3 phases as a reminder, and I also have a slide if you want to, that gives you additional detail on what those phases are. But in summary, the statuses are contracts that are, phase 1 is the contracts that are not in use. Phase 2 is contracts that are in use. And then there's phase 3, contracts that are nice to have and are potential for basically reducing, dependent on council direction. Because any reduction in those contracts will once again be a reduction of some level of service. So we've already realized one-time reductions of roughly 2.5 million simply by releasing funds in old encumbrances and closing out contracts through the FY 24-25 annual closing of our books. And so we were able to do a really good scrub. We were also able to move those existing contracts into our Tyler system, which provides us a level of detail that we have not had before. So we are able to really examine exactly what those contracts are, what the terms and conditions are, and how much we need, whether we need to continue them. But this was a significant work effort. I do want to thank the departments in this particular effort, as well as with the mid-year process, in contributing, because this required a lot of examination of each and every contract that we have. The ongoing, we have the phase 2. In progress, we have about $118,000 that we already know that we are going to be reducing, contracts that are in use, and we are able to essentially close those out. And then phase 3 are those nice to have. Those discussions are going to go over over a year and a year and a half as we look at each contract and start consolidating our services and seeing what can be performed either in a different way or in a more fiscally efficient way with less money. The organizational assessments was another important prong in our fiscal strategy. We are finishing evaluations and reviews of our P cards usage, overtime, specifically for fire, strategic recruitments, which leads back to the hiring freeze that we started in April 1st, and then an organizational structural review, which is essentially looking at how our individual departments function and whether they can function more efficiently with more or less, with appropriate changes to staffing and levels of service. That work is ongoing, and so we will. I'm sorry, I'm going to go back to my notes. It's just easier. These assessments are designed to identify efficiencies and ensure our staffing and operational structures align with service delivery priorities. We are also making progress in the effort that we started. I just talked about it. We have moved money from $111,000 of staffing costs to the abandoned vehicle fund. Again, those are police and planning staff that are doing those activities relative to abandoned vehicles. Those costs should appropriately be charged to the specific fund. Both cost containment and fund review remain in progress. These work streams examine our operational expenses and fund structures to identify additional opportunities for efficiency and appropriate resource allocation. The fund review will take at least 2 years because we are looking at funds in great detail. We have identified, for example, old payments that we've received or old dollars that we have received that we just really need to identify the source of those monies and whether they can be released for other uses. Okay. And so just a statement, these initiatives represent our comprehensive approach to expenditure management, combining immediate savings with longer-term structural improvements for our financial operations. And we will be discussing each of these, especially the organizational assessments and those subcategories as we go through the base budget process. Okay, next slide, please. Okay, here is, hang on a second. Yep, one moment. Okay. Okay, these are on the plus side. So these are additional revenues. Remember back in December, Council took an action for the FY 25-26. Our fee study work plan is being completed. We'll be bringing the 5-year study to Council either late February or March because we have final numbers. To be honest with you, you're not going to see a significant change from what we presented to you in December vis-a-vis increasing rates. Though the rates that we passed in December reflected updated fees effective mid-February and March. We expect to be collecting approximately $200,000 from those fees from the remaining 3.5 months of the fiscal year. And then we do expect on an ongoing basis to recognize about $790,000 through increased fees. And so this ensures that our fees reflect the actual cost of service delivery. Business tax reform remains ongoing with an estimated annual revenue potential of about 1.5 million. This initiative continues to be analyzed and will be brought forward in the next couple of months, or likely during the 26-27 budget process. And we are looking to place that, as you know already from prior discussions, on a November ballot. The Rivian agreement, we have really good news, which has reached a major milestone. The grand opening is scheduled sometime in February. The revenue sharing is here. That's just a cutout from the contract itself. But effectively, the estimated revenue gain over the city, for the city over the 8-year term of the agreement is $19.4 million. And it represents a significant economic development achievement that brings both sales tax revenue and employment opportunities. I want to remind folks that there are also employment opportunities there with Rivian to Milpitas. I think it was 25, anywhere from 25 to 35 people. So that's also additional employment, and those would be professional, well-paid, well-compensated. And so this is my last slide for this, and this is a summary. So we, at your pleasure, we're open to questions on the last 2 slides. So anything you wish, we are all open for questions.
And I wanted to just add, as Luce has referred to, we'll be back on February 24th in front of the Mayor and City Council at our operating budget kickoff study session with a deeper dive and a deeper discussion about the future forecast and getting a lot of your feedback at that time as well on the approach that we'll be taking in the upcoming budget process to make sure we have a balanced budget moving forward in future fiscal years.
Yeah, thank you very much, Luz, for that presentation. And we all know that we have a structural deficit, and we just don't want to be kicking the can down the road. So, we're trying to do our due diligence and find ways to make sure that we don't have a deficit 5 years from now. I guess anyone have? Oh, I got to do public comment. Public comment is open.
I have no public speaker cards, Mayor, but it looks like we have Voltaire Montemayor.
Okay, welcome again.
Thank you, Voltaire Montemayor of Milpitas. I know my knowledge about budgeting is very small scale compared to this one. These are big numbers. And I salute the department. The main thing is budget neutral. No general fund impact. It seems like I see figures also of 7 digits, 6 digits. The revenue is matching the expenses. That's good. And whatever the amendments that is here is still covered by revenue. So we're good. Thank you all.
Okay, thank you. Anyone else from the public? Okay, with that, I'm going to move to my colleagues for council discussion. We have Councilmember Chua.
I just have an initial question, or Director Luz, can you briefly explain the new job classification and salary table? Just briefly, please.
Sure, thank you, Councilmember Chua. And so we have to, as part of the budget process, there's certain, as part of this last budget process, there's certain classifications in the city that were allocated additional increases, and specifically in the police. And as part of the bargaining agreement, because the contract starts in January, we indicated in the last budget process, as opposed to updating the pay tables last June with the budget, because the new salaries didn't take effect until January, that those salaries would be updated in the table in the mid-year. So that's just the practice that the city indicated in this last budget process. So again, the police-related salaries that were increased as part of the bargaining for the increase that takes effect in this January, we indicated in the budget process that salary table would be updated in the mid-year budget because they weren't effective until January.
Our salary tables are on our website, and so we want to make sure that the current salaries are available to the public.
Okay, was that it?
Before we go on, I need to ask Councilmember Leanne to please turn her camera back on.
Apologize for that.
Is that it? Okay, anyone else? I don't think there's anyone else. Councilmember Lynn, do you have any questions?
No, I don't. Thank you for
Councilmember,
the report.
Mayor, if
Okay.
would you mind, I was just reminded of a clarification. I wanted, if you don't mind, a complete answer to Councilmember Chua. In addition, the city council has also, in the past several months, adjusted the city manager and the city attorney's salary ranges. And so those two are, in addition to the police-related salaries, those two are also updated in the new classification table to make sure everything is based on what you'd approve. So thank you for that.
Thank you, Mayor. Is that a normal practice to do that?
It's
For
I mean,
the, yeah, for the department? Oh, there's a.
yeah, Kelly's gonna help out.
Okay, thank you, ma'am.
Where do you want me to stand?
Go right ahead. Oh, good. You're good.
Good evening, Mayor, council members. I just want to remind everybody that CalPERS requires us to publish on a public agenda updates to the salary table so that we're all able to report accurately and appropriately and abide by their laws to do it. So I just wanted to make sure that it's not only practice, but it's required by CalPERS for us to do that.
How often do you do that? You need to do it? How
Yeah.
often?
Yes,
How often?
so that they see an authorized, publicly published agenda of salaries. I didn't hear your.
How often?
Anytime that there's a change in the salary schedule. So it's effective, the MOU was effective in January. And so we made that update in our actual system. And then we republish the salary table and then make it part of whatever public agenda we're able to make it part of. So it's
Okay,
whenever
thank
there's
you.
an update to salaries.
Director Luz, so the mid-year budget is based on the new classification?
Yes.
Is that correct?
Yes, whenever we build budgets, and when we built the budget back in June, we did allow for the fact, when we were doing our computations, we did allow for the fact that there was a mid-year increase. So when we are building our budgets for staff, what we do is effectively forecast using any existing contracts and those numbers. So it's of a 4% effect in January. That budget year would effectively reflect a base salary in the first 6 months and then the increase in the final 6 months. So we tend to be very particular about making sure that those dollars, because there are significant dollars, because those are salaries, our salaried folks who deliver services, those costs are important for us to be accurate about. So we reflect any and all MOUs and agreements.
Going back to your presentation about the 246 overtime.
Yes, and for that, I will defer to Chief. Forgive me, I interrupted you. What is your question?
Can we bring back the slide, please? I think it's the third one.
Yeah.
Or the fourth.
Yeah. Thank you.
I think the first one. There you go. It's the green one at the bottom.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. I had a good briefing with the executive team. I just wanted the residents to understand what that means. So, Chief Jason, if you can please explain why there is an overtime adjustment mid-year.
Yeah, absolutely. Good evening, Mayor, council members, city staff. Jason Schoonover, serving as your fire chief. So the $246,000 that's listed in the green at the bottom of the screen, That's based on the current overtime trends that we're seeing monthly, and it ensures that by the end of the fiscal year, that we've got a sufficient budget to cover all of the fire department operations to include overtime.
My comment at the briefing is why it's been mentioned that there's always an adjustment of overtime from the fire department during mid-year. My comment is there a way we can project earlier, like at the beginning of the budget process, instead of adjusting in the mid-year? Can we find a way to do that so we're not surprised or we're not adjusting?
Yeah, absolutely. Thank you for the comment. So we're having some very good conversations with my colleague, the finance director, and we've acknowledged that historically, based on the overtime trends, and we do clearly track the data very carefully, that in the future we want to create a budget that includes a realistic overtime number. And to your point, we want to get away from having to do these sometimes large allocations at mid-year. So I know we're working closely together, and we're going to try to come up with a number that does that.
Maybe one of our goals next year is not to have adjustment.
I would love to, if I may, I would love to say that we're not going to have adjustments.
No, I mean, not 200.
Regarding overtime.
Not 200, but not 246, $250,000.
But we've had very good discussions. In fact, Jason, I think, was it the first week I was here, talked to me effectively about this past practice of essentially not budgeting appropriately for this. We are stopping that practice this year, so we will bring you the numbers that we know. This does not mean that we will not bring overtime adjustments during the year. Once again, if there's a significant fire season, or God forbid something happens to the city itself, those would come to you through the regular process, because at any given day, we can come to you with a budget appropriation if we need to. But those, we want to keep those in, I don't want to use the word, in extraordinary circumstances rather than ongoing business, which it seems we've been doing for the past few years.
And those ones are reimbursable. If we have a emergency, those are 100%. I mean, we're gonna try to get more than 100%. Wasn't that the goal?
We are looking at recovery as we are looking at all our revenues. So we're looking at all our revenue streams to ensure that we are getting the recovery that the city is due, and also examine other ways of getting additional monies.
Yes. Yeah, if we can include that on the next budget. And thank you, Chief Jason. And
The
thank
city
you.
manager has a comment.
Yeah, I was just going to thank the council member for the question. That is the work that staff's been doing. There is a consultant that we're working with that's helping us to re-examine and right-size the overtime budget to help us better predict. And they're doing that based on historic use of overtime and overlaying that with causes of overtime, so that way we can present accurate guesses as we move forward in future budget processes.
I like that, accurate guesses.
That's right.
Thank you, Chief.
Thank you.
And Director Luz, can we bring back the slide on, thank you, Jace. The slide on contracts. Love this one. Finally, we have something.
This is cool.
I like that.
This is really cool. Again, I'm going to give kudos to the team, the next one.
It's the second to the last slide.
Second to last slide.
There we go.
This one. Uh-oh.
That one.
That one.
It has been a, I make a lot of jokes, but this is the one that's really been a walk through a valley of woe and sorrow. So I know that the council has been asking a lot of questions about this historically, certainly before I came, and certainly when I first came here. And the ability to transition from a system to a much more sophisticated system that provides us with a level of details, the openness of our departments to essentially do that work of looking at those contracts and examining them closely. Extraordinary kudos to them for the collegiality and the collaboration. I've also got to do some specific call outs to our procurement team and our finance team for getting the system into place, and everybody who worked on it. It is a pleasure to be able to look at stuff and examine contracts by commodity codes, by vendors. This is still sort of a growth year for that transition because we're still continuing to put information into the system. But the amount of information and the level of detail that we're able to get as far as forecasting is concerned is extraordinary. So it's like moving from a trike to Maserati.
So my question is, just clarifying question. I would like to understand this one. So phase one, we're done.
We're effectively done. And I'm going to ask City Clerk, can you bring up the hidden slide, the last one?
If I recall, there were hundreds, at least thousands of contracts that we needed to migrate to Tyler.
Yes. And so
The Tyler's contract management.
Yeah, we actually had a contract due diligence work plan, and it is the last slide on this presentation. It is hidden if we can't bring it up. And so we had roughly 1,600 in that.
Yeah. Can we go back to the original slide, please? So how many, oh.
So this is the detailed due diligence work plan with the phases, phase one, phase two, and phase three. You've seen this before. It was a while ago, but you have seen this, and we can provide this to you again. Embarrassingly enough, I was so excited about the money, I forgot to count the contracts. So I will get you that number.
Yes.
Because I'm really embarrassed because I said, oh, dear Lord.
Can we go back to the original one? Because I
back
would like to understand where the 2 million something came from.
So the 2.5 million came from effectively, we had contract, I'll give you a really good example. The finance had a contract for $25,000, and it's one of many examples. I had a contract for $25,000 for procurement advice, basically consulting and helping me with procurement. Our procurement team overall has about over 75 years of procurement experience. The person who was going to give us consulting advice, we would have probably been more experienced. So we basically said, we don't need this. We do not need this contract. It can be gone. There were also balances left on prior contracts. So this was not just, contracts that we no longer needed, but contracts that we had remaining balances, some of them as old as 22 from 2020 and 2022. And the reason that we didn't know these balances were remaining is because we didn't have that level of insight, because it's not just the finance people closing them out, but it's a requirement that we work in collaboration with the departments to really understand, do you need these additional monies? Do we need to carry them over? And so in many cases, the department says, no, we don't. We don't need those monies anymore. So this was a really collaborative piece of work.
Did we realize this already, the 2.5?
You realized it through the waterfall. So those monies, because one of the things that you do at the end of a year, which is a best practice, is to essentially close out all encumbrances that you no longer need. That was not a practice that was consistently followed before. This year, from FY 24-25, as part of our closing our year, we closed out all these contracts for roughly an amount of 2.5 million, and I will get you the count.
So we realized it on December 31st, 2025, or
it was
June 30th.
You realized that you actually took council action in December when we presented to you the annual comprehensive financial report. And so that was it. That information was in there, and we talked a little bit about it in the agenda report.
So where did that 2.5 million go?
It is in the waterfall. It is in the reserves. So it goes back to the budget contingency reserve, the, oh God, I'm
Can
kind
we
of,
bring
I'm
back
blanking
the
out.
slide, please?
Yeah, hang on a
Yeah,
second. So it's the budget contingency reserve. It's the name of the other one that I'm always forgetting.
So, but they're all in reserve.
It's all of it is in reserve along with additional dollars that we realize. So it's roughly 6.2 million.
How much?
And and I can give you that because effectively it's an action. Forgive me for not remembering.
It's all right. Yeah.
Yeah.
Approximately.
Oh. That's okay. Let me send that to you in an email because this is embarrassing and I want to make it stop.
So
I should know these numbers offhand. So yeah.
So they're all in reserve now.
It is all in reserve. So effectively, this happens every year, and we've always had reserves, but what has never happened before is this sort of deep examination of all these other contracts. Because we didn't have them all in one place.
So your projection would be this ongoing and the last column, which is the ongoing annual estimate, right?
Yep.
And the projection
so far, we're still continuing to do work.
So the projection is 118
so far. So these are ongoing, and they're generally around 4 or 5 year contracts that we've discovered in our current examination during our mid-year process. Once again, we're going through the contracts again. I think we're on our third or fourth go round because we're going again over and over again because there were so many of them to find. If I remember right, I'm not going to quote it, was over 800 contracts that we finally wound up with.
Can I add some clarification? So on the last column, the 118 and the 111, where that's to date items that have been identified, right? Correct,
Yes,
Luz?
it
So
is
those
to
are
date.
items to date that have been identified. So we're still on every item on this list looking to increase those numbers as part of this budget process for formal proposals to you this spring as we work through the budget process.
Yeah.
So
These are not finite numbers. We continue to do the work in order to improve these numbers.
It's a living thing.
It is absolutely a living thing.
Okay, my last question is, one of our goals for this budget process is to be able to categorize expenses based on projects.
Yes.
Are we doing that?
We have actually, you bring that up in an interesting time. We actually are deploying, we're actually starting to do more projects overall. And I'm going to use Director Lawrence's example for example, the July 4th project. We need to have all those costs because it goes citywide. So we're actually starting a training project, and I think they're training at February 20th on how to set up projects with the departments. So not just how to set up the projects, which will be done by the budget staff. We now have budget analysts that are assigned to a particular department, which is a different approach. And so they become very familiar with the departments. They'll set up operating projects for them. The CIP comes through the CIP projects. So capital projects come through the CIP process. But we're going to be setting up projects, as many projects as folks want, in order to manage that sort of scope of work. So you'll be able to look at contracts respective to a project. You'll be able to look at personnel expenses to the project. And it doesn't depend on what department they're in, but you'll be able to look at things citywide. So that's going to be another great improvement to enable people to manage these individual projects that are significant and see how we can manage those better.
Yeah,
that's very cool. That's another cool piece that we're implementing.
I like that because one of my favorite projects for the budget and on top of the contracts. So how are we doing on P cards?
We are still doing an examination on P cards. I don't want to go too much into detail because we're still looking at it, but we are finding that many more a significant number of those were approved appropriately. The issue that we have, and I'll be very frank with you, is that we have our banking relationship with our P card system. Some of the data goes away, gets archived after 60 days. And I'll say go away with air quotes because we haven't quite figured out. We are looking at implementing a different system and bringing those P cards charges into Tyler so they become handled like invoices. That is a process that's frankly is not a small lift. because we have to, but, so it's going to take a couple of months, once again, with the collaboration of the departments, because effectively it means is rather than tracking stuff by, our payments currently now go to JP Morgan. That's what our P-card payments go to. But by bringing those charges on an individual basis into the Tyler system, we'll be able to track by vendor and by commodity
By
code.
project.
By commodity code, by project. So we track by project anyway. We do charge them, but this will simplify the approval process. It'll simplify the tracking process. So we're implementing a lot of things in this year. We're doing a lot of work. And I want to call out to the departments again, because their patience with us has been extraordinary.
So we have documented the process and implemented it now.
We have not implemented the P-card process of bringing them into Tyler. That's probably a 2 to 3 month assignment, simply because we have to start figuring out how to pay all these different vendors, because now we're adding a series of vendors. We are also going to be reducing P-cards. We've talked about that before, and we'll bring you a report on that as well. But in the meantime, I do want to defer. I do want to say, I don't want to give you too much information until we have the absolute report in front of you. And that, along with everything else in the organizational assessment, will come to you through the base budget discussions.
Thank you. Thank you so much. I just want to bring up the things I'm going to be looking for when we do the final budget.
Thank you so much.
Thank you, Director Luz. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. We have a city manager.
Yeah, thank you. I just want to add to that, we're utilizing a third party to go through the P-card process to help us make better efficiencies in that program. And I think that I've seen some of the draft, and I think that we're going to have some positive information to be reporting to council in the near future, as soon as that is finalized.
Okay, thank you. We have Councilmember Lamb.
Thank you, Mayor. I have a couple of questions. One is when you say organization assessment on one of the slides, second to last slides, one of the items is overtime. Are you guys look into reducing overtime?
Acting city manager had spoke about that a little bit ago. Can you go ahead?
Yep, I'm happy to answer that question for you, Councilmember. It's multi-pronged. Part of it is identifying what is causing the overtime, creating efficiencies there. And the other part of it is making sure that the budget build out is proper to what the anticipated need is going to be. So it's both.
Okay. And well, I guess I will see more later on when you guys do the budget study.
Yes, those assessments are currently underway. And once those are complete, then we'll be able to present the entire picture to council. We want to be able to not just say how much we anticipate in using in overtime or needing in funding, but we also want to explain to the council and the public what is the purpose of the overtime, how are we using, why are we using overtime? And I think that goes to Councilmember Chua's earlier point. I think that's an important question that needs to be answered.
That's good. And second question, can you go to the last slide? It's related to Rivian projection.
Yes, the Rivian project.
Yeah, I want to understand, you guys saying 35%, first to third year, 35% to Rivian and 65% to the cities. So those percentage are based on the sales.
It is part of the terms and conditions of the negotiated sales agreement that came to council and was agreed on by council. And effectively, it's shares of sales tax. Those monies, we may not see any dollars in. I just want to tell you this, so to manage expectations, and I know I'm over answering this question, but I feel like I need to. We don't expect to see any sales tax dollars until, because they are always reported 2 months in arrears. So any tax that's collected today in February, we don't see that money until April. So we don't know. We have asked Rivian about what their sales tax expenses are, if they've got any, pre-opening book, sales book, or anything like that. So we are getting additional information. But yes, this is a sharing of a sales tax collected.
Of a sales tax. So, if I understand correctly, majority part of the sales tax go to the states, right? And then this 35%, 65% is the portion that goes to the city.
Yes.
And the portion that goes to the city, and you divide that into 35 and 65.
Yes.
Oh, wow. Okay. It's not that much.
Oh, it's okay.
With crumbs.
It's okay. It's okay.
1.9 is not.
Well, that number is speculated.
Yeah, and I wanted to just add, we don't, we've talked about in other budget cycles, we are very hopeful that we get this funding, but we are not banking on it. And we are, as we look at our projections, as Luce reminds me, until we start seeing it, we're not going to start budgeting it. Once we start seeing it, then we would start budgeting for it in future years. But we are hopeful, but we are not.
If I understand, we only get a couple of percentage out of the sales tax, right?
Yes.
We get, I think it's 16.1 cents.
Oh, 16.
Yeah,
16% of the sales tax.
16.1. Sorry.
Yeah, out of the 16.1, and we
sales
got
tax.
65%.
So it's a
for
multiplier.
the first 3 years.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, everybody gets a piece of the pie. You got the county, you got the school, special districts.
Yes.
The school district. Yeah, everybody takes a big chunk, but we get the crumbs.
There's a,
Exactly. And then, so.
I have a graphic that I'll share that makes me cry. I'll share the sales tax graphic with you because it's kind of sad. But yeah.
Oh, don't share it.
Okay, I won't.
The number is it's very optimistic.
They've been doing well for a lot of reasons, but they've been doing well. But I'm a conservative. You would see a mid-year adjustment of us coming back to you with some sales tax numbers.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. Good.
Is that it? All right. So I have one. So it seems like we're doing very well because of Tyler, right? Because of the new system.
I
mean, in terms of finding.
In terms of having a level of detail that we did not have historically, and a level of controls that we had not had historically, and I do say again that some of it has been walking through a valley of woe and sorrow, because it's not just about changing the system. This is a lot of organizational change management, and it's sort of rethinking of how you do business. And it has been difficult for a lot of our staff, and lots of times we've had some tough times as far as getting through it. And it's new. And so change is difficult. Change is difficult sometimes for individuals as well as an organization. And this organization is changing quite a bit.
Right.
So
yeah,
I say for the better.
Yeah, that's good. Thank you for all your hard work. And we have Vice Mayor Barbadillo that has a question.
Just a comment on Rivian. I think we can look at it again. The 16.1%, that 65-35, is a part of our agreement with them in helping them come to have business in Milpitas. Right. So we're shedding away what we're supposed to gain from sales tax. Right. And with that, we even project high numbers. All right, before I forget, I always forget things. The P cards and the overtime, right? The first time I heard about this was June, July of 2025. And I am still hearing the same thing from staff. We're working on it. It's in progress. We're inputting it. Here's my suggestion. I can do this in the announcement later on. How about let's put this in a consent calendar every council meeting, right? And what happens is if one of us wants to pull and look at the data, what's going on, instead of hearing it when we ask and it comes in an agenda that, oh, it's working, we're working on it, we're doing that, at least we know what's going on every council meeting. And that will also be an opportunity for the community to pull it out. And they themselves would know what's going on with P-card and overtime.
So if I, go ahead.
Who's
You're
talking?
going to say something?
Who's talking?
Okay, so let me make a suggestion to make this manageable, and so you get information that's accurate. If we could keep this either to a quarterly or a monthly basis, once a month, because if we do it every meeting, it's going to be an extraordinary amount of work, but we can bring you information. I also want a little bit more direction, or what we can do is give you a set of suggested information, because I know there's been a lot of attention given certainly to the contracts and certainly to the P cards. You also already get information on the P cards, do they not?
Well, just before I respond to that, was can I just, Vice Mayor, see if you had more to add to that question, or
Yes.
And then
Right. So no, I understand what's going on with the P cards. You know, we're going to try to utilize Tyler just for the purpose of tracking down payments to it, right? We're not even on the core of it. Where was it used and how it is, you know, being spent. So my purpose is so that everybody else is educated about what's going on with the P card. As I said, this has been an issue since last year. How about let's be transparent? Let's put it in the agenda. Either the council or the public would be able to ask questions about it, look at the progress of what we're doing, and you will be transparent. I'll go to the overtime because it's equally alarming to me, right? One, you know, what I've heard is this has been systemic and historic, occurrence, especially in the fire department, right? And that's the issue. The second one is we can even rightfully project for purposes of budgeting purposes, which are this: what reports, what information we had so far since this came about and came to light, last year. We're looking at it. Still, it's been since last year, we're still looking at it. So there is a problem here. It's not about where we use it, why there is a lot of overtime in this particular department. It's maybe because of staffing. It's maybe because of policy. And that is where we want to know as council if there are policy considerations that would be able to solve the issue of overtime. It cannot just be a reason that it's been going on historically. No, there is something there that made it historical, made it like history every year or every budget that needs policy consideration. So that's the one that we want to know. Why is it happening like that? And I, on my one vote, cannot accept that because it's been going on for years. No, something is wrong with policy and that's causing this problem. So that's the P cards and overtime. So my suggestion to that is let's put it in a consent calendar, and that can be recency. I'll defer to staff. If it's too much of a burden to inform the public every council meeting, then make it once a month at least, right? And if, at least the council is satisfied with the report and not just by staff's assurance something's going on, we see it in the report, maybe we don't pull it. We just want to see movement, at least again, on my vote. All right, so that's the P cards and the overtime. Is there a comment on that? And then I'll go on.
I'm going to, City Manager.
Yeah, I'm happy to make a comment. Yeah, I appreciate that, and I understand that there probably is questions from the community, as there is from our council, to consistently and keep coming back to report on updates. I don't know that it's necessarily going to meet the ultimate objective of informing the public. I think the complete report definitely could. And I think that a commitment that we could make is that once those reports are done, which they're I would say probably more than halfway. And so we could share those with the public very easily once they're completed. The challenge with sharing work in progress is the vendors are often asking us, what does this mean? Send us this additional information. And so if we're prematurely sending things out and things that change, then it can create the opposite effect. The intent here is to be open, upfront, transparent with our council and with our community. I think we could accomplish that when the work is complete, because we're mostly talking about what have we been doing and how is that going to better inform policy moving forward. I agree with you that within the overtime situation, it could be a variety of things. Part of it is ensuring that overtime is being used appropriately. That could be an issue, and we're looking into that. The other issue could be that it hasn't been funded appropriately, and we don't know which one it is, or it could be something different, and the vendor could help provide insight to that. So my suggestion would be give it some time for these reports to be complete. We can report back to council after we touch bases with the vendors to give a more firm date and see if that's acceptable to the council, and then we can agendize it once it's complete. I think that that's a solid way to handle it. It's transparent, and everybody gets to see kind of what happened in both of those situations, whether it's P cards or overtime.
All right, let's compromise. I like compromise, right? We'll do that while we're doing it in the eyes of the public. How's that? By reporting. So what's the difference? Every time that we ask about that, a report will be coming. We're working. We trust you. But let's do that in open. Then show us every month what has been done, and until we conclude into a report that would probably be useful for policy consideration and correct the P cards and overtime. All I'm asking is, put it in transparency, in public. Let's discuss it together, right? Whatever you're doing, all I'm asking is put it out to the public so that the public, us and you, we work together and see what's going on. That's the only difference. For now, you're working on it. Great. All I'm asking is let's put it out as we work on it so that, everybody's informed. Would that be something difficult to do?
I think given the short time frame that we have, the relatively short time frame that we have, council member, I'm interrupting, council member.
Yeah. Can I just make a suggestion? Oh, thank you, Mayor. Can I just make a suggestion? I know what your intent is I think if we can do a project plan moving forward, like these are in order to get to where we want to go, do a project plan, right? These are phase one, and what you did it already. So everything's there. All you have to do is do a project plan. This is how long it's going to take to do this. This is how long it's going to take stage 2 or phase 2. And the plan is, the steps are this, and this is where we're at right now. Something to that. I think that would help us.
We can provide that. That's simpler. And thank you, council member, for the offer. That we can provide because we have milestones, and we can easily add, because we've already hit a number of the milestones, to be honest with you, because we've been working on these for several months now.
Right.
So we've been working on these since September.
I think if you have a project plan.
And so we can ask our because each of these studies is not always being done by a different provider, but we do have several providers, I think 3 at this point. And we can ask each of them who are doing this external work to provide us with the original plan and effectively give you once a month, because that's effectively when they do their own reporting, effectively give you once a month where we are with this. But I'm going to be honest with you, you're certainly going to see all of these before the end of the year. But we commit to doing that. And we can commit to doing that for our first.
I just want to say that commit to doing that, but I don't know that we can commit to agendizing those at council meetings once a month, just for clarity.
Would that help, Vice Mayor?
No, it wouldn't, because I will forget. Let's be honest with you. I want somebody to remind me while I'm speaking, like the community, and what's hard in agendizing it once a month? If you said that you've been working on this for since September or later last year, then there should be at least something to report every time that this is being asked. And I'll rest this after this because I have some more questions. Then it's just putting out there and discussing it in public. Nothing changed. What we're doing right now is you're working on it, you're assuring us. All I'm asking is put it out, work on it, and reassure not just us, but also the public. That's all.
So, did you want to talk?
Yes, thank you.
We're gonna.
Yeah. So I think if you have a project plan, I'm not clear on put it out there. I think having a plan is putting it out there. I don't know exactly what is putting it out there. That's why I'm suggesting to do it in a project plan format. So it has a status, it has completed, it's ongoing, it's in progress. How many?
Let's have City Manager, do you have any comments?
Sure. What I love about the conversation is that we're all on the same page about the transparency piece and the fact that the public and the council need to be aware of what's been going on. And I think that the only difficult part is what's the best vehicle to get the information or make it available to the public. I don't know that agendizing it is the best, only because it invites the opportunity to derail work or ask questions. I think there's another way to do it. And what I would ask of council is just the grace for us to reach back to the vendors first. And we can talk about this at the next council meeting, but let's get the timelines. If they're saying, hey, we anticipate to have this done in 3 weeks, it really doesn't need to be agendized. So I would just ask that we're able to talk with the vendor. Let's get a solid timeline. And if for some reason it's more than, say, a month out or 2 months out, then yeah, we'll find some vehicle, whether it's the council meeting agendas or some different thing. Maybe we post something publicly in the website or whatever. We find a way to do that where we're accomplishing all of it.
I heard 3 months. I heard 3 months from Director Luz. Was that the 3 months I'm looking for?
The expectation, each of these contracts were entered into in September, the September timeframe, and most of them were for 4 months or 6 months. And so we were expecting to have something. We were preparing for the 26-27 budget discussions, and that was our intention. And we will admit that we are running a little behind. We've had some staffing changes again. And so that's some of the challenges. We've lost, to be honest with you, roughly 120 hours a week of staff. And so others of us are picking it up, but we can provide some information and we can do that. But the original intention of all these studies that are being performed by external resources was to inform our budget discussions, which is going to happen between February, March, April, and May.
And I would add, at that budget study session, what we could do is beginning to point progress. And that's out front. It's only, 20 days away or whatever it is from today. It's not that long of a time. And then everybody gets to understand this is where we're at, and we can explain whatever additional work needs to be if it's so desirable by council.
I think that's a good plan. Not sure what the other council members, but I think that's a start. Okay.
I think Vice Mayor still has some questions.
So when the topic is interesting, it prolongs. Okay, last on the P cards, yes, we're doing something about that, but I would want to know how much we are looking at P cards spending that we're trying to figure out, and how much overtime are we, right? That's the past. That can be said now, right? And what you're discussing is the things that you're going to incorporate and discuss in budget is looking forward for the P cards and the overtime. The issue is what happened in the past. How much was spent that we cannot account? Why is the overtime so much? Those questions. You can answer that during the budget discussion, but my question is the past. How much?
We
Why
will
happened?
be
Right.
part of the scope of work let me be specific about the P cards. Part of the scope of work for the P cards was examining that challenge that we discovered in June timeframe. And I will be honest with you, they found very little, to be honest with you, very nominal stuff. And that's a preview, but we want to give you numbers and context.
Few months we found very little. Somebody has to be accountable to that. I'll move to the next topic. But if that's the response, that few months there's only few that we can, then we will not find out what happened with that P card as we go forward. We can only develop policy to protect that P card use, and will not be able to determine what really happened on the spending on the P cards previously. If that's the statement, it's very little, then we will not expect anything from that other than a policy consideration. With regards to the fiscal, I'll shift. With regards to the fiscal strategy, I have a question on that, please.
On revenues or expenditures, sir?
The revenues.
All right.
Your slide.
Yes, it's a slide, I think,
It's
second to the
it's
last.
the last slide.
Right.
If we could bring that up, please.
Yes, please. All right, well, we're looking at that. I remember last year we have a, well, it's going up. We have a different numbers in projected structural deficit. Do we remember that? How many million was that? The one that we just reduced?
16.1.
16.1, and currently our
Fifth year.
right.
Mhm.
And currently now, how much are we projecting?
For FY 25-26, the mid-year is a balanced budget. There's no.
Right. So we
there's-
reduced the
yeah.
first year.
And I can tell you from our forecast now that we expect to, remember, we had a negative, we had a roughly $1 million.
Right.
We're going to be able to capture that $1 million. And so for FY 26,
We're
27.
sinking where my question will be once we have the strategy up.
Yeah.
Yes.
But I also want to say to you that the forecast will also have some additional monies. For example, we have to recognize that we now have animal services, a contract that's coming in at a significant additional cost. And you will see these details during the base budget discussion, as we always do. So we will be sure to basically talk to you about any sort of extraordinary changes. And animal services, frankly, is one of them.
Right. We will at that time. I just want to see that in relation to what we have discussed last year and the projection that we have lessen the anticipated structural deficit to several millions because of that fiscal strategy, right? The one on board.
Yeah.
The slide before that, please.
Are you talking about expenditures?
Yes.
Oh, there you go. Thank you.
Yes, yeah. All right. So originally, the first time I saw this one was same last year, July, August, right? This is the remedy that we devised looking at possible sources to address the structural deficit at that time. I think that's the 16 million, right? That's 16 million. And then we did house cleaning, remember? We said house cleaning. These are all house cleaning, right? One-time sources and some that are recurring because of cleaning the ranks.
Yes.
And sometime in December, we had projected that, hey, we had reduced the 16 million. To how much again?
We would not have changed the forecast in December.
No, okay, I misspoke, not December, but at some point, we were so happy that it was reduced 46%. Is that?
It was reduced, and 16.1% was the final number.
And the original one
Excuse me,
is?
million, forgive me.
Right, so the original one is higher than the 16.
Yeah, we reduced it, remember, in February 18th, it was roughly in the 28th million,
Yes,
close
and
to
then we
30.
reduced it to 16.
And then we reduced it by 43% or so, down to 16 by again, taking the time to look at levels of service, what we had, what we hadn't. We took some reductions in levels of service. For example, a significant one was a reduction in police staffing.
Right.
And then we also took a reduction in building offices. And again, we look at, and in fire as well, because we had reduced development activity.
Right.
And so, again, I'm always talking about levels of service. We do not need those development positions at this point, so we were able to reduce them. And that's what helped in taking it down from that original projection in February down to the final number that you saw on June 3rd and you approved.
Mm-hmm. And we use this fiscal strategy that's on the.
This fiscal
Right.
strategy came afterwards. We used some of these are not novel approaches
Right.
to fiscal strategy because we used it, for example, we used appropriate charging to non-general fund. I
Right.
think we gained about over $1 million.
Mhm.
But again, none of these are, forgive me, rocket science.
No, I understand. All I'm trying to say is, we magically reduced the 28 million to 16 because we have fiscal strategy to reduce it. And my point is those fiscal strategy that we use, assumably, are the same as what we have in the board, which are house cleaning stuff, right? Look at contract due diligence. There's hundreds of contracts. Let's see what we don't need, so we retrieve the money back. Organizational structural review, let's see what's not needed. What are the vacant positions? That's what we did to reduce the 28 to 16.
If I may,
All right.
house cleaning, I would venture to say to you that house cleaning is what the actions that we took to take it down from 28 to 16, because those are one-offs.
Right.
Like basically, we looked at development one-off, yes, we know this. What we are doing now is more deep and more intensive work. A really good example is the organizational structural review. So we are looking at individual departments across the city, not just to see what is the portfolio of services that organization is providing. How are you providing it? What are the costs? What are the personnel and non-personnel costs that are attached to that? And we're examining that and matching that to council priorities that reflect community priorities.
Right. Mm-hmm.
So the work that we're doing, I will say, yes, what we did last year was house cleaning. What we're doing this year and for another subsequent years as we go on is much deeper than house cleaning, because
Right.
we're really looking at how will the city of Milpitas continue into the future as a solvent, stable, fiscally smart organization. So house cleaning, it was easy to lop those off because effectively we could see that. But now we're making really decisions about levels of service. And those are decisions that frankly come from council direction
Right.
and from the communities talking to council, because you represent the community.
Right. So we will make those as we go on looking at the structural review, right? And if I remember at the time, what I asked is, hey, how about revenue generation, right? And this is exactly where my question is. If you look at your report, we earn 3.7 million, right? I mean, 3.7 million higher than the last year. So it seems that, hey, we're generating more than what we had the year prior, right?
Right.
And where did we use the 3.7 to cover our expenditures, right? We were budget neutral, right? We did not touch not budget,
Reserves.
the reserves, but what we had earned in extra as an improvement of our sales tax generation and other revenue is we use it to cover the expenditures that we have in mid-year. And that's how you had a budget neutral mid-year, right? So my question is here, right? We are planning to do a more deep, as you said, than the house cleaning, because we are going to look at structure. We're also going to deep scrubbing, yeah, right? We scrub, right? And here we see that there is some positive on the real revenue generation, TOT sales tax. And look at now, mid-year, right? Despite doing this, despite the additional, we're just paying off what we are spending. So what I'm saying is double this 6 months from now or 1 year from now with the same rate of revenue and the same rate of how much more scrubbing that we can have. The question becomes, will it cover that 16 million structural deficit, even if we do it in 5 years?
The plan that was put before you, the fiscal strategy that was put before you was meant to be a multi-year disciplined approach that would realize ongoing savings. If you look at structural changes of how we manage overtime, are there structural changes? That's savings, and I'm going to make this number up, so don't hold me to it. If we have $100,000 savings in overtime, for whatever reason, because we've done some restructuring, some reorganization, assuming that we're still being able to deliver the same level of service with some level of reduction of changing stuff around, that $100,000 isn't just saved year one. It is saved on an ongoing basis.
Right, but it's
And
going
so that
to,
improves our numbers into the future.
no, that will cover the same recurring expenditures. Look at our report. We had expenditure of 64.9 million when we have a revenue of
If you would,
47 million.
which page are you referring to, sir?
Here, the revenues and the expenditures.
The agenda report for this evening on the mid-year, Vice Mayor.
So what I'm saying is, yes, we generate some money, but we also generate additional expenditures. That the money that we generated, I'm not talking about the funds that, self-sustain, it's not even enough to cover the expenditures that we have in mid-year. Right?
We have I am lost because we have a balanced
No, here.
budget. No, I do understand, but the bulk of this is reimbursements that we're getting from outside.
Right.
There is not.
I can help.
If we term it reimbursement, then it should be a savings. But it's not. We're just covering what we had paid in advance. So that's a wash, right? So what we're counting,
yes,
it is a wash. And that
It is a
makes
wash.
it balanced, right? The question is, where's the positive cash flow? So are we projecting in the next 5 years, we're just washing things with reimbursements and some revenues for expenditure? How could we catch up and lessen that deficiency?
Essentially, and I'm going to go back to the fiscal strategy that was presented to me back last year, there was an indication that we would be over, in other words, we would have extra dollars in the later years of the fiscal strategy. But those fiscal strategies, these fiscal strategies, both on the expenditure side and on the revenue side, have to be realized. Really good example is Rivian. They have to be realized. So, but in future years, if I remember right, and I should have included that slide, there was a slide that did have us in future years, the last year, certainly the last year in 2030, that we would have more additional revenues that would frankly go into fund balance. So you would always see a balanced budget, but we on an annual basis, our fund balances increase. Our fund balances continue to reflect 4 months of operating expenses, which is frankly pretty good. And it's more than the GFOA recommends. It is, because
Catching up, and we're just like paycheck to paycheck with some reserves on the bank.
we have significant reserves.
4 months.
4 months is significant enough, and if again, we're not going bankrupt like Stockton did, but if we had to close down, we could close down fairly rapidly. And I don't want to say
I'll
that.
end with one question and one comment. The point of the discussion that I'm trying to steer is to see if, it's better to bite the bullet now, right? If we don't have a litmus on how we can project and sustain and reduce structural deficit on our 5 years or 10 years projection, maybe it's prudent to do some cutting now. That's all. Because I haven't seen any report, I haven't seen on my layman understanding of physics of math, right? I cannot see a viable, again, that's my layman's understanding, a viable way to sustain and cover that structural deficit of 16 million. With the rate that we're going now, the waterfall funds are sustaining itself. We cannot touch that. It's just sustaining itself. What we really can touch is the revenue that goes in and out of the general fund. With the fiscal strategy that we have, we had tested that for the last 6 months since August or September last year. We had the fiscal strategy. We have the data for our revenue, but here we are in mid-year. We're still just breaking even. It's just we got some, we saved some on one sources, but it's just enough to cover for this year. If the policy is okay, we have enough now, let's swing it on the next time. No, at least if there is something enough now in the mid-year, which the papers show that it's balanced, at least we project next budget that yes, with the rate that we're going, we can cover the next budget, and with the rate that we're still going, we can cover the next 5-year projection. That's what we want to hear.
So
The purpose of the,
Let's have the city manager.
if I could just offer some comments. And there's been a lot of discussion, so I'm going to go a little bit back in time. Part of the strategy was also ensuring that proper funds were being billed. What had been happening is general fund expenses were being paid through things that should have been paid through the enterprise fund. And so that was a big part of reducing the 28 million down to 16 million. It wasn't just any one thing. It's a combination of a bunch of things. With regards to the $3.7 million in reimbursement, that is what reimbursement, that is what it is. It's not revenue. It is revenue as we describe it in a financial, environment, but it's not revenue because you have to spend the money to get reimbursed, right? So the reimbursement will be neutral. By design, that's what a reimbursement is. I thought the finance director.
the 3.7 is being reimbursed.
Yes.
It came from an external source, external to the city.
I'll use, here's a great example. The police department gets OTS grant funding to do DUI checkpoints every year. We as a city pay the officers to be there, and then that payment for them being there is reimbursed. So the $3.7 million are all situations like that. It's not that we had more TOT. It was that for whatever services we provided that could be reimbursed, they were reimbursed. And so that's how we were able to keep it zero. It wasn't that we were spending unanticipated additional funding from other sources. They were strictly reimbursements. And the other part of it, as far as cuts, even after this mid-year is done, I believe that we're going to have money to put back into the reserves, even now. So to make cuts now, I think optically is problematic to reduce positions and then put money in the reserves. I think the appropriate discussion is as we build out the future budget on February 24th. That's when the discussion's really going to start for as we move towards the next fiscal year. And if it's council's desire to reduce positions or we have to reduce positions as a result of staying financially solvent, that's fine. But what we're going to need in order to make educated and strategic moves is a discussion to help guide us in what services is council okay with reducing. And so I understand and I appreciate all of the council's position on this, but it's really meant to be the discussion that we're going to be beginning on February 24th.
This, again, the forecast is a tool, and so we will be bringing you an updated forecast as we do every year. But last year was house cleaning. This year, we're doing a much more intensive look. So we ask for.
Okay, thank you. Is there anyone else that would like to make any more comments? I would like to say that I think the bottom line is we need to start bringing in more revenue, more big businesses in our city, and we need a really aggressive recruitment of big businesses in our city because they bring in big money, so big sales tax. I think that's what we need to focus on. So Anyhow, we have Councilmember Lamb here.
The company we are sharing sales tax with?
Yes. The only current company, we had a sales agreement deal that just closed in December with a prior organization. But they are the only ones that have come to us, and we have a sales tax agreement with them. This is a tool that's used throughout, frankly, nationally and probably internationally to effectively we're attracting business. And we've been open to that sort of arrangement as long as it benefits the city, and the Rivian agreement benefits the city.
We have Councilmember Chua.
The reason I'm bringing this topic up is to make sure that we don't lose it or we don't forget it. So correct me, please, if the vacancies that we have, what role does it play in the budget cycle?
We use a vacancy factor in part of our budget calculations. And is Kelly still here? Okay. So we use a vacancy factor in our calculations, and it's 4%. And so effectively, because we're assuming, because with the level of turnover that we have, 4%, we have averaged in the past roughly anywhere from 8% to 8.5%. Now we're a little bit higher right now. Remember, these are snapshots in time. Okay, so right now we have about a 10% vacancy rate. Forgive me, it's an 11%. And that number is as of January 30th. So those are snapshots in time. So anything that's over 4% is basically going back into fund balance.
44 positions are taken.
So those are vacancy savings. But we do have an allowance in the budget on an ongoing basis, because that's prudent, that's practical.
So what do we use it for? I know you said.
If we don't use it, it goes, like everything, every single dollar is at your direction. Your fiscal policies that you adopt on an annual basis is part of the budget. It says it goes into the waterfall. So any extra dollars at the end of the year, for example, at the end of June 30th, 2025, we had 6.2 million that went into our various reserves using the waterfall mechanism.
I do want to just add, and we can talk more about vacancies as well at another time too, but some of the vacancies, even though we don't fill a position, sometimes when that service is very critical, and if we're unable to fill that position, we may use a temporary staffing firm or something like that on an interim basis. And so there is a mix there. Some vacancies are just left truly vacant and we're not spending the money. Some of the vacancies are covered through temporary staff for a temporary time period.
Okay. I think that's all for now. Thank you both so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Councilmember Chua. Is there anyone else that would like to make any more comments? Is there a motion?
Before I make a motion, I just want to make sure that we were able to catch the feedback that the council mentioned. So who's going to do that?
What do you mean, who's going to do that?
Me too. Okay.
You too.
For me, I would like to see more revenue coming in, and that means really being aggressive to bring in businesses. That means we need a really strong economic development department, director, whatever. But we really need to bring that. So we have Councilmember Lamb, you have a
Before I
question?
make the motion. No.
So comment on top of your comment. Not only we need to bring in a big business, we also need to make sure we don't waste our money. That's it.
Right. I'll piggyback the third time on the mayor's comment and William's comment, right? I agree. It should be businesses coming in. Now that reminded me, I would love to hear a report from Economic Development Department, right? Especially this coming Super Bowl, we funded them, we gave them $75,000, and I hope to see a report what they did and what could possibly be the effect of showcasing Milpitas with that money return.
Thank
in
you on the
ROI.
Super Bowl, and I'll provide information on that in the next few days to the mayor and city council. As a reminder, we had a specific discussion during the November timeframe at the city council that we were going to reduce that allocation from 75 to 65 because at the time it was too late to start programming items for the Super Bowl. However, there is still, and so that Super Bowl money was not funded, and our focus for funding items was on FIFA. I'll provide a summary of that to the mayor and city council. However, our team has still been very involved in checking in with the hotels, and also, if you noticed this Friday evening, the city hall was lit in Super Bowl colors. We were able to kind of scrape up something to do that, but we can provide that in an email summary to council on Super Bowl.
Just a quick comment on that. So I represent the city with Severia, right? The Santa Clara Valley interoperation now. And I can tell you without disclosing what we have discussed, they're not so excited about FIFA. Because they said that, you know, if the country that will come is not as excited as the Niners, who didn't do the Super Bowl, then it might not be as popular as the Super Bowl next Saturday.
Understood.
I don't know if we want to spend money there.
If the United States wins their round, then we could get a second round game. But if yeah, understood.
Oh, talking about revenue generation, Assistant City Manager Matt Cano and myself, we met with the picklers, and they're building a 16 pickleball courts indoor in our city, and I think it's gonna open up sometime in May. I posted that on my social media, and on Facebook, I got 7,000 views. On Instagram, I got 20,000 views. And on TikTok, I got almost 30,000.
Oh, wow.
The comments are great. They said, we can't wait. We want to go there. And I just met the president of MPC, Milpitas Pickleball Club. And they have people coming from Los Gatos and Los Altos, and they want to play. So I'm hoping that facility will generate, we'll find out from Director Luz. So that's one good thing coming up. So that said, I'm going to go ahead and,
Quick comment. So I want to piggyback on your comments. We will have facilities here for we can rent out to bring in, to generate revenue. We also have this the skating park. And there have been people that have reached out, but for some reason, there has not been a coordination where we bring in people to, they have tournaments, but so I don't know what's going on. This has to be some kind of there has to be a plan. That's a revenue generating plan. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Anyway, so what was I doing?
You were going to make a motion, I think.
Oh, great, okay. I would like to make a motion to review fiscal 2025-26 mid-year report. Number 2, approve fiscal 2025-26 mid-year budget amendments. Number 3, adopt a resolution amending Resolution 1626, the classification plan to approve and adopt the pay scale titled New Job Classifications/Salary Table and amend budgeted allocated positions with the verbiage that came from all of us included in this recommendation. Is that good enough, City Attorney?
I'm not sure if I understand the verbiage. What I'd had heard from the discussion, or at least the proposal of where it got to, was in terms of reporting on status of things, that staff was committing to the council that they would be bringing forward at least an initial report about that with the budget discussion, which is coming to you all at the end of February. And that was where I thought the discussion landed as a starting point. Now, whether council then wants additional reports or more regular reports after, I think is something that it sounded like the council was reserving. That wouldn't necessarily need to be part of your motion. That sounded like something that staff was always saying they are bringing to you and are committing to bringing to you.
Okay.
And then the other feedback sounded like, again, not necessarily things that would be part of a motion, like it was feedback on revenue and sources and ideas and comments to staff to help staff's action in areas to look into. So I'm not sure if you want to incorporate any specific parts.
Okay, so motion to approve item 10 as recommended by staff on item 1, 2, and 3, in addition to what you said.
To bring back a report to you on with the operating budget discussion on the status of all of the different items of the organizational assessment that were discussed tonight.
So move. Okay.
Yeah, the way I see it, I understand. It was that staff is going to come back and
Right.
give us all the details.
Yeah, to each one of us.
All right, so I need a second. We have, where's the one? We have Councilmember Lamb.
Yeah, I can second that.
Okay. So it was moved by Councilmember Chua and seconded by Councilmember Lamb, and now we'll call for the vote.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
I will agree with the report and the process. For now, I'll vote yes to it, but I would want to see a progress report on the when we discuss the budget, and hopefully see a movement that would convince my vote to go forward with the way we're going.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Councilmember Lian has disconnected, and Mayor Montano.
I am an aye with a focus on revenue generation. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, so now. So now we'll call on staff for any, so nothing was pulled from consent calendar. So next we'll move on to our announcements and future agenda items. We have Councilmember Chua.
I'm the liaison to the Parks and Recs Commission, and last night we discussed about launching the Adopt a Spot. It's really the old way of adopting a park, and it's really exciting because it will create a way for the community to get together and work on maybe select a park and be the park champion of that park. So I'm looking forward, and that's from Director Renee. And like I said before, the Milpitas picklers, they're coming. And also I would like to thank Renee and her staff for the Super Bowl lights. They are so nice. I took pictures. So thank you, Parks and Recs. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Is there anyone else? We have Councilmember Lamb.
For the last couple of conference I went to from Cal
Can you speak in your speaker, please? There.
Yeah, can you hear me? Okay. I went to a couple of Cal City conferences for the past 3-4 months, and number of cities, city councils and mayor has jackets to represent their cities. So I would like to propose for city council and mayors, we have our own jackets So sometimes we don't remember to wear badges. So we can put on our jackets to represent us in conferences or events. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, I guess there's a consensus.
I'll add something to that.
Okay, go ahead.
We need a consensus?
Yeah, for consensus, Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
No, I would like to kind of amend what Councilmember Lam asked, and if he agrees, then we vote on the consensus. Let's throw in a hat.
Throwing in a hat
hat
for
that has,
consensus.
you know-
Baseball cap?
Yeah, something like that.
Vice Mayor
Right.
Barbadillo.
Do you agree?
Yes.
Yes.
Councilmember
Yes.
Chua.
What kind of hat?
Baseball hat.
Baseball.
Wait,
Cap. It's a
wait.
cap.
Before we take a vote, we need a thing of parliamentary procedure. Councilmember Lamb, do you accept Vice Mayor Barbadillo's amendment?
Yes.
Great. Then the vote was Barbadillo said
Yes.
aye to the proposition.
Councilmember Chua.
I would like to add a T-shirt to that.
Councilmember Lamb, do you accept that?
What?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo, do you accept that?
Yes.
And Councilmember Chua.
Yes.
Councilmember Lamb.
Yes.
And Councilmember Leanne still disconnected. And Mayor Montano.
Yes, but I'll pass on the T-shirt.
Consensus.
You don't have to buy me one. Okay. So consensus, yes.
I don't wear hats, that's why.
Okay, is there anybody else?
Yes, Mayor.
Okay, we have Councilmember Barbadillo.
So yes.
Vice Mayor Barbadillo.
Thank you, Mayor. So I've heard several times that the group that has issues with the cell towers has been coming back and forth to the council. And I believe the response, at least I get from staff, is we're working on it or we're looking at it. Here's what I want to have a consensus with. Could we table if there is any ordinance or policy with regards to the permitting process of equipments like these cell towers for discussion?
For consent, does City Attorney,
Does staff need to give feedback to inform what the Vice Mayor is asking?
Yeah, thank you, City Attorney Creech. We have communicated to the community our stance or our professional administrative opinion on the fact that there aren't any policies that we could necessarily implement that would restrict us from and allow us to have, restrict cell towers from our neighborhoods. However, we have committed and we are working on it, been talking to Public Works last week, and they are working on new administrative guidelines regarding neighborhood notification and also the process that our staff takes to try and get, if let's just say a cell tower comes in front of is recommended in front of a two-story home, while we can't necessarily prohibit it, this new practices that would be put in place would be our engineering staff trying to work with the provider first to see if they would be willing to move it more proactively. And so that, as well as notification practices, are what we are planning on implementing, and hopefully be rolling those policies out in February. And then, but if council would seek a further public discussion on policies and ordinances, in addition to the public council meeting we had in December, we'd like that clarification.
Yes, actually, I'm talking about the policy. Not just it just so happened that the permitting process that I'm talking about involves the cell towers, right? What I've learned during that public workshop we had before. So generally, if there is someone who wants to permit a structure, it's 10 at a time, right? And then if we don't act on it on a certain time, then it gets approved. So that's why we act on it. The thing is, for policy consideration, what happens if we know that this provider will install 100 of them? So maybe there's something that we can do. So, because 10 at a time, you don't act or you act, you approve, they install it wherever it's appropriate, and here comes the onslaught of the other equipments, 10 at a time. So that's where I am. It's not particularly probably these cell site towers, but it may for policy consideration on the permitting process, right? So they had
So,
10 at a time.
Vice Mayor, if I may, I don't want to get too far into the discussion of it. So the situation for you in deciding if you want to ask for a consensus vote is staff is already preparing policy changes, which can be adopted. And I think staff has given you information about what they're doing. If on top of what staff is already doing, you believe that there's other policy things that need to be done,
Yes.
then you would ask for consensus for development of additional policy changes, and council could vote on that, and we could bring up for prioritization.
Right. So what I understood staff is doing is some administrative policy for noticing. And number two is that they will try to talk to that particular provider. So I'm more than that. I'm looking at not developing a new policy unless we don't have it yet, but the permitting process itself, let's revisit that. Because as I heard during the workshop, the way it works is 10 at a time. It takes how many days to approve it, and then if it gets approved, they install. And here comes another 10. Here comes another 10. If it's the same provider. So I don't know if we can make a distinction and regulate that to say, for example, hypothetically, I'm a provider, I'm going to install 100 of these equipments, and your process, Milpitas, is 10 at a time, then you would not have a control of where I'm going to put the first 10, and I have other 10 more.
So Vice Mayor, I am concerned about Brown Act issues. So without getting into exactly the proposals that you might want to hear about, if what you are saying is that you, city manager, I think that maybe you.
Yeah, I think what I need clarification on is council comfortable with the information they already have about the process? And if the answer is no, then my suggestion would be that we provide a council briefing memo explaining here's the process, here's what's going on now. And if after reading that you feel like it needs to be a discussion item or we need to do something different, then we can bring it up at that time. I think that otherwise, if we don't understand the process and then we're adding something to prioritization, it may not make sense because it may already be in place. So that would be my recommendation.
For now, we receive a memo on how our permitting process is with certain equipments like that. And then if we don't understand it, or if we believe one of us believes that there is a need for improvement of that policy or an ordinance, then we table it.
Okay. So then you wouldn't need to bring an item for consensus right now. Say mayor's office saying we're going to give you that report, and if not satisfied, then would be a time for you to bring forward your proposal.
All right.
And it would be agendized, right? What you're saying?
For prioritization, if at that time there was additional information and policy work that the council wanted, it would go to the prioritization effort.
Correct, yeah.
Yeah.
So they will give us the policy.
You don't actually need a consensus for the item is say manager has committed to provide you with an informational memo.
Okay, consensus?
There's no need for consensus on this item.
Does anybody else have anything? So I have a couple. I would like to see a policy, well, not a policy, but because when the alcohol permits come in, it doesn't go before the city council, and I feel that it should. So I'd like to see not a policy, what is it called? Ordinance. I'd like for these permits to come before us to the council, full council, and also massage parlors. Those two.
Sure.
Because right now, the planning administrator is not allowed, that person is the one that making that decision, and I feel that we've had issues with these before, and I feel that it needs to come before the council.
Can I offer some
Okay,
input? So both of those, massage permits and alcohol permits, go to the police department and to ABC. That's by our municipal code, that's the current approving authority. There are situations where those come last minute, so council would need to review them at council meetings. And so there may be a timing issue, and we'd have to kind of work out the kinks on that. What we might consider as an alternative until we can figure out a process to accomplish that is just notifying the council of what massage permits and alcohol permits have been requested. But timing-wise, I don't know that we'd be able to fulfill those. For example, Kawani's Crab Feed or Chambers Crab Feed, there may, timing-wise, once that permit's received, there might not be enough time if we're saying council needs to approve it because of the council meetings. Does that make sense? Am I articulating that well?
Go, we have Councilmember Chua.
I think for now, I think mayor's asking for a policy first. Then the logistic will come later.
Got it. Okay. Understand.
That's, thank you for that.
For consensus, Vice Mayor Barbadillo,
Yes.
Councilmember Chua,
Aye.
Councilmember Lamb,
Aye.
Mayor Montano.
Aye. Okay, and then one more, since one of the speakers came up and spoke about ICE, what can we do and what we cannot do? And so I'm not sure was she asking for some type of resolution or, I mean?
Yeah. So our acting police chief stepped out in the hallway and addressed it with the resident. If council has questions about our processes or procedures and what we're doing as a law enforcement entity, we could probably accomplish that as well through an information memo to council.
Okay, all right, that would be great. Do we need a consensus on that? Okay, all right, well, I think that's it. Nobody else has any more comments? This meeting is adjourned. Thank you.